You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise. We were hopeless and we're hopeless now. But I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care. And I remember, yeah, I remember. Now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care. And I remember, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. Feel my arms holding on so tight, just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore. your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold, that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
normally with 30 plus points, and they're sitting in fourth at the moment, Felix, that they don't think they can get to first, and if they do get a chance to get to first, they're going to take it 100%. But what he was saying is that he's more alluding to the fact that it's not always in their control anymore. Na'Vi can go have good games, Na'Vi can go farm as many points as they can, but they're also going to need the likes of VP, Twisted Minds, and Will Die to a degree to not perform. So it's an interesting thought process. I think they're going to go out and try and do as much as they can, but I think Na'Vi are potentially not looking backwards, because that's maybe the wrong way of saying it, but I think they're concerned about keeping the money they've got and maybe getting a bit more of a gap behind, but appreciate that it might be a bit too much to get to a first. Be interesting to see how they maybe break this day down.
I think looking backwards isn't even going to help you, because it wasn't about your games exclusively. It was about VP's games. And I think it's considering how well these guys played, they had a back-to-back chicken dinner. I don't know when this last time we've seen something like that at the top of the EMEA scene. I think it's been quite some time, and they did that with a sub. Despite Ibi not being there, the IGL for that roster missing, you can still see the exact same playstyle though, and that's what I thought was so interesting that I didn't really touch on yesterday. But matter of fact is, they win 3 rounds. Look who's right behind them, Twisted Minds. It's 5 points. I don't even know how that's possible. I think it's not even 5 points. It might be 4 points, 123 to 127. I think that's got to be the even bigger storyline. Despite VP having that big of a day, for Twisted Minds to still be that close in the rest of the teams. And that's Navi's got to look back at this, and now come back to Na'Vi. They got to look back at this and be like, wait, how are we, despite having good games, still that far behind all these top placements? And I think that's why looking backwards might not even matter. I think they've played great up until this point, and as you said, I think Allrein is in a good track there. Just continue playing your game. Maybe it's not going to be enough for this tournament's win, but at least just set up for the next couple of months.
Right, Felix, before we get you going and out of here, I want a very short prediction now. Who's taking game number 1 for you? Come on.
I'm going to make it even more spicy. I'm going to say who's taking the whole tournament at this point.
Go on.
I think VP is going to take it home. I love seeing these guys play. I think it's been amazing watching them, even without EB, which is even more of a challenge. But fragging-wise and playstyle-wise, they play the exact same, and I think that's got to say something about the discipline of this roster. I keep on saying it. These guys are incredibly smooth at the moment in terms of PUBG esports. It's an absolute pleasure to watch them.
Thank you very much, Felix. Before we see you off the break, this is game number 1. It's grand finals day, and as I said before, Gibson, is day number 3. So the final 6 chances, the final opportunity, and final 2 maps, we say, on Miramar. North down towards a south-southeast. It'd be rude for me not to ask. As Felix, you want to let me know who's going to win this game. I'm going to ask you the same question, mate. Who is taking the tournament? Who's taking the win? Will Twisted Minds catch up, or will VP hold out? Or maybe the outside bet, maybe it might be that gaming gladiator. Will they disrupt the pack? Who would you be bagging here after game number 1?
I fancy BB team to take game number 1. I'm not going to lie. There's something about it that just makes me think that they're going to play pretty well today. I'm going to do what Felix did as well, and I think I told you yesterday, I think this is Twisted Minds tournament. They're, as they always will say themselves, their favourite place to be going into Sunday is in 2nd or 3rd place, because everyone, teams always look behind them, looking over the shoulder. If Twisted Minds are behind you, you start making little mistakes. But getting stuck straight into the action, Crossberg from Bullet Rain and James from FaZe landing right beside each other inside a water treatment. I think that we need to see a big day from FaZe as well. We need a FaZe Sunday.
This is not normal for FaZe. Obviously, Cruz is their normal drop spot. They will potentially come down a little bit further, but not the first kill. VP, well, they might have heard Felix's cry for a win, as Luke Rux will put the first Greek god down, as it's the first kill confirmed. Now, this is not normal for FaZe. This is quite off the bat. Now, shotgun in hand, maybe knows, making his push through, but there'll be no sound cues at all. James even refusing Store to move. I think he's waiting for him to come across the other side, maybe forced him to a sense of security, and there's the security! And there we are. You want a big game from FaZe? Well, let's start it off, though. 2nd kill on the board. It's going on to FaZe.
But Mark, you were talking about how he had the shotgun in his hands. Did you not notice it wasn't loaded?
No, he didn't even know he's here. He thought, I don't need this. I'm going to take him with the barrel.
It wasn't loaded. He was running around with an empty gun, as if James needs anything to make a fight easier for him. I don't think fighting against somebody with an empty gun is something you want to do too often. Corexi is on the move as well, and that'll see GG giving up this compound. Again, it just goes to show FaZe getting that early kill, playing with a bit more aggression, and GG, 2nd place. Pod Samulet was the old roster before they got picked up by GG. They obviously brought in Levante. Well, I suppose could you say retained Levante from the old GG roster, which was picked, which tells you a lot about the faith that the org has in that individual. But they find themselves in 2nd place. This is not in 3rd place. They don't find themselves this high that often on a Sunday. They're always thereabouts in the top 8. But there's a different type of pressure.
Gibson?
Not recently. I'm looking back to the start of the year.
Yeah. I get. Okay, and the old roster. I totally agree, especially on a Sunday. Recently, though, I think they've been struggling. And I messaged Dante today, so like, what's the plan of action? His reply was make fewer mistakes, Mark. So they clearly have been watching back the VODs and going, we've been making silly mistakes. Yes, we might be sitting in 3rd place, but we have the capabilities to be sitting in 1st and 2nd. I think that screams like huge amounts that actually GG are going to potentially set themselves up today to disrupt Twisted Minds and VP.
But do you not feel, though, that's why Twisted Minds are always at the top? Because even when they're not getting tons of kills, they don't make mistakes. They're always in contention in the late game, usually. I know there's been a couple of maps here or this weekend where they've gone out early, but they're a team that historically are ever so consistent, and that's why they're at the top all the time.
Consistency is key. Well, we know that. And if you are new to PUBG and PUBG esports, what we're looking for is points every single kill, like we're looking for at the moment from Brain Lag. No, Laos will put it down. Every kill confirmed. That's a point on the board. But we're looking from 8th place upwards. So from 8th all the way to 1st, you're going to get an additional point up until 2nd. But once you bag 1st, instead of getting, I suppose, 7 points, technically, if you work the maths out quickly, you're going to get yourself 10 points on the board. So 8 teams upwards or placement points in every single kill you get confirmed is an additional point. Points will make prizes, and in this case, it's going to make money in your back pocket.
You know what the funny thing is? We're obviously using Super this weekend. If it was Smash, VP would have already won.
Yeah, about to say, yeah. I was gonna bring it up in the break, but it's okay. Yeah. We're not using that. We're not using that format. We're not using that. You're just taking the stuff out of my back pocket. But I do want to ask you again, though. Who is going to win the tournament? Who is going to take
Twisted Minds.
You think TM's going to take it? Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I love VP. Like, Michael is one of... I know Michael's subbing, but he's one of my favorite people. Yeah, but he's subbing. But I rate Ebby. I think Nixie is nuts. Like, I feel like they deserve to be at the top spot. But there's just something that scares me about having Twisted Minds so close in 2nd place at the start of a Sunday.
Do you know what I love when I messaged Bertolians after the games yesterday? What's the plan? Game number 3. You're clearly in 2nd place. Twisted Minds love being in 2nd place and chasing out 1st. He replied back with a smiley face. And then he replied back, well, what's the plan? Same as usual. Play for 1st place every single game and make sure you hot drop Navi on Mondo. Love it. Absolutely love it. Simple game plans sometimes are the most effective.
Yeah, remember, they're in 2nd place, hot dropping every 3 times now as well. Says a lot. Primal, they're going to lose Daz, one of the really impressive players of that roster, very early as Knights begin to push that battle to be the top of the 2 Turkish teams going on between these 2, Knights and Eternal Fire. Here's the big question: which of those 2 teams, Knights or Eternal Fire, do you fancy with the biggest chance of getting one of those, those PEC spots?
You'd have to potentially sit on the old Eternal Fire position. Knights are behind them. There's a couple of points splitting, but I just think overall, Eternal Fire have been more explosive. Knights have been more consistent, but on a day number 3, I think I've got to go with explosive action.
Speaking of explosive action, there's exactly what'll happen. Laza's need blowing Noah to his knees. High ground being held by Code Marco from Eternal Fire. Speak of the other Turkish team, they're going to see Knights in action and they're going to think, why not? Put some pressure on, and Schofield tanks a headshot down to 1 HP. That nade onto Laza, that'll catch him. Scav will get the flush and the knock onto Laza. This fight is by no means done just yet.
If you ever tune into PUBG and see Game 6 antics, well, you're going to see 6 games of it. Today, the aggression is going to continue to ramp up. The third parties will potentially get there a little bit more. Shots will come out. There we go. Our Knights will go down. That reinforces my message for Eternal Fire, but more explosive action from Knights. Lots of teams rotating their way around. 15 teams, we lost our first number. 55 players remain here on this zone shift. We haven't talked about the zone. The flight path obviously was from that north down to that southeast, and it has played across now towards the northeast area. We held into minus. We've seen a lot of retraction there, but it's worth noting why we've still got 15 teams. Gibson, there is giveaways in chat. If you want to be in a chance to win 1,500 G coin, you can do. You just need to put the team tag in chat. So if we're looking at 4 p.m. now, if you just type 4 p.m. into chat, if you want to be backing them, you can do. And if they win, you'll be in a chance to win 1,500 G coins every single round. Easy points, easy G coin if you're smart and you keep an eye on the map stream, !map in chat to keep an eye on all the movements of all the teams at all times. As 4 p.m. they got themselves a knock, but Eternal Fire will take down Seifu and Shinboy. 4 p.m.
A mixed team going into this weekend. Lots of similarities between them and the Young Danes earlier on this year as far as how their overall performance has been. I think that I think those four have played really well together, and I'll be very curious to where those players land when the PASPEC qualifiers begin in a few weeks' time.
Literally a few weeks' time. There's not much more time remains. Just a month. Obviously, I'll try to bide the time now as Win or Die are just there in Hacienda as well. FaZe Clan repositioned themselves. They've actually come off cruise. They've gone for more of a south. But they have really split. This is not a normal FaZe game style. So I think they might be looking for those kills. They might be looking to try and climb up this leaderboard and I suppose relive the FaZe Sunday, should we see?
It's been a while. We've not had a FaZe Sunday in a while, but Twisted Minds, this is what I talk about. They don't make too many mistakes. Perfectix has been in this position for a long time. He knows there's a team here in Hacienda, and he stayed quiet. He's waited for the reinforcements to come. Look, examples there too. Win or Die have zero clue that Twisted Minds are here. Any other, like, maybe newer team would have moved so often. Oh, did Leosh spot him? I don't think he did. Example is still hidden.
Yeah, is he spotted him? I don't know.
I don't think he has.
He has now. He's got 6th Sense. He's seen Leosh now, so there's the information. Obviously, they can hear him running around as well, right? So, Perfectix has got the sound cues, but I think they're now piecing the puzzle together. There's potentially 2 of them sitting in this building.
Yeah, they're sitting ducks as of right now. Perfectix is still waiting for the easy opportunity to get a strike. Lou's not too far away as well on the edge of that wall, but Extends, they're scouting for... Look, if you look at their movement, I think they realise that there could be somebody close by. The way Extends is peeking that near wall over and over and over again. I think the noise of Batu going past Batulins would have given away a little bit of the ghost too. We got our next zone shift mark, and this one pretty nice of your VP. A lot of control on the south side of the circle, but you got to be careful. Look how close Code Marco is to Eternal Fire.
High ground now.
Yeah.
And looks like Win or Die decided to leave. Maybe they didn't know Perfected was that close. Great shots from him. Oh, Win or Die had him a bad. Does a few tabs in the back. I don't think it's going to be enough, though, to get the save. Eternal Fire making the crash in the fight here and taking a bit of the third party. Novi has backed up in the corner of a shotgun. We know how powerful these are. He gets the first shot, but doesn't get the connection as he wanted to. Round the house as we go. Novi delivers another pack of a punch, though, but it's not going to be like it was yesterday. Eternal Fire are going to end Primal. 15th place for them. A few points on the board, but that's all for game 1.
Yeah, the Eternal Fire just saying you've killed enough Turks in this lobby already. You're not going to get any more, as Nixie is going to work on his climbing skills to get up to the top. But this, like, Code Marco's going to know as well. Like, Code Marco is prone. Nixie's making a lot of noise. This is a free point for Code Marco in a little while. Lol W, they've got their position locked in for now as well. We've seen them play this position pretty well a few days ago. I believe was it Eternal Fire that pushed out of here and made a really big play. On
4
Friday,
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Was it not Eternal Fight? Maybe, but I remember a team pushing out of here up onto the road and doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, they went down south, 4 p.m. Insane play. And they came off that high ground very early on, and they were just following the zone. And it was the speed of the movement which was what made it so powerful. Talk about being powerful. Well, the sandstorm doesn't hit the punch it does as much anymore, as you're able to sort of rotate your way around. But they're going to use it as an element of cover. They're wrapping pretty far round. The smoke will go out, so Code Marco giving away his position slightly. Maybe VP have seen that there are players up here. Nixie wouldn't be deploying a shield for no other reason. I think he's waiting for a little peekaboo round the corner. And
he's trying to use it to climb. Look, he's trying to use it to get up onto the next ledge. Come on, Nixie. Come on, Nixie.
No. It's going to move it forward.
Remember back when the game first came out, all you had to do was run against the wall and spam jump, and eventually you just kind of teleport up it?
No, don't remember any of that.
I remember that.
That was never the case, Gibson. I still think that still works.
Navi, they're rotating in as well. Remember, they're not done just yet. A win in game number 1 will rocket them right into contention, but it really depends on the positioning of the other 2 teams above, the other 3 teams above them. After that really hectic start, we've got a lot of space now for these teams to Nixie, give it up, fella. Give it up, fella.
No, don't give it up, Nixie. You're a powerhouse. Believe in the dream that you can make it up here without any pickup. There must be a way. They must have done it before. I'm surprised Code Marco hasn't played peekaboo. Or maybe they're basic, because Lucrox hasn't taken his eyes off this area. He's either laughing at Nixie, saying you can't do it, mate, or generally speaking, he is going, yeah, there is a way. And maybe guiding him in?
Oh.
Look at him. Look like
He's got Lucarux looking at him. Look. Give it up, fella. Oh.
Take it.
Right,
Take it.
big jump. Come on. Big jump. Come on, Nixie. You can make it.
3, 2, 1.
Line it up. Line it up.
Oh, the zone shifted away. His zone shifted towards Twisted Minds, by the way. I think that's the call just to get down now. There's no point getting up there. Yeah, he's going to descend his way back down. As we'll give him a round of applause for giving it a good go. I think Luke Rock's definitely laughing at him though.
I think PUBG did him a favour there. I'm not going to lie. I think the zone did him a favour. Just come on, don't embarrass yourself anymore. And look, FaZe Clan, they're going to full send. Crash now towards GG. Rocks with it at the ready. Dante is going to draw first blood as Correxy falls. Picks out, manages to flush that one, but James is there to trade that one back. Dante and Rocks have now fallen and been flushed, and it leaves it up to Levante and Pin.
Can't be giving away kills like this. Gaming Gladiators, as I said, they're in a position they can break up that Twisted Minds VP run for first and second spot, but they got to keep numbers up. They've got to get in the defensive now, but they're down for a 2 as FaZe come crashing on the other side. The zone shifter is going to be favouring a couple of teams. I actually want to keep an eye. You mentioned it before, BBT. They're down north at the moment. I think they're in a good position. They're going to control. They're going to wait for the zone to pull back towards that potentially northwest corner, but they are banking on it. If it goes down to the southeast, it can be very dangerous for them. But it's going to all come down to Twisted Minds. Great 2-2 split. They've not moved from Hacienda, and you can see the other two, though, just a compound just outside there.
Yeah, Nixie took a lot of damage there as well, down to 42. Will have to find himself a little bit of cover to get that first aid off. As you see a bolt they shot from Win or Die, tagging Beamy, who goes down to just over 1 HP. He'll have to pop out as well. And yeah, this is looking bad for the last 2 members of 4PM as they force themselves inside of that little shack. And Hello My Bad's just going to, you know, put a bit of salt in the wounds, get rid of the tires.
Deploy car cover. Go. That's a part of the trick, though. 4PM going to try and now hold out. Lots of teams in that southeast corner. They have to work their way down, and we are seeing these desperate attempts now as the cars will spin around. Levante will pick up one. Looking for the second. Doesn't quite get the connection, but the shots already go over. And it's going to be a steal. It has a stolen. Example puts another kill on the board. Petulians will end Diffix as he goes down, and so said the final player. Makes it into some cover. You can get away with it, though, can't you, Gibson? You can keep 1 or 2 players here. Will Twisted Minds push? Very much doubt it. I think they keep their eyes on him. But Example and Petulians won't have line of sight anymore. It's going to be reliant now on Perfectix and Lou. I could just kind of leave him there. Let him live. If any other team crashes in, you might get a few steals or kills.
Look, they've got the position. They've got themselves a contingency plan. So they've got 2 players near the center of the circle in one of the few playable positions. You got 2 over by Hacienda. That's a great nade from Levante as Dedrix is going to fall and Tropic trying to crash now onto GG. Pin peeks across, misses the first opportunity to get the knock. Pre-fires there, but Pin will tag him down to 3 HP, but it's traded back the other way. It leaves it all down to Levante, who has been the star of the show for GG so far. Good underhand nade, but he's under a ton of fire here, Mark.
He is under a ton of fire. I wouldn't be surprised if VP get involved in this as well. This is a potential hard cover that could be taken away if these teams continue to fight now. Zone will be looking to go for the shift again. How far does it go? It will make the shift. Donuts up, give or take. So VP just about in this compound is one of their hard and prior spots to be able to take, but I think all eyes will be now on the field. Doesn't work for BB team. Let's see where they opt to now crash into. The teams that are in the inside need to start focusing on teams that are working in. 14 teams remain, 40 players left alive.
Yeah, Ibby is going to get flushed out. It's actually interesting to see that Ibby is playing today. We thought he was going to be away for the rest of the weekend, but he's back in action today as Oh no! Quizzy, what have you done?
But there's 2 Quizzy. This is a hard crash. The other teams, look at the mini-map. Everyone's descending. Welcome to the fun house again. And VP are doing their own damage. Levante goes for the shotgun. Nixie's going to get up, though. We are seeing our Project X try and make the push now. Twisted Minds store, continue, hold a 2-2. Scrap that. They're getting in the cars. Looks like they're making their move forward, though. Brainlag had to move down to the south as BB forced them out of their compound. Entropic made the early crash here, but GG still surviving.
VP managed to get everybody back on their feet, but there's 9 players inside this compound for 3 different teams. Nades being tossed, but no damage being dealt just yet to Lucarux. Nixie and the rest of VP are keeping their eyes on the building that Levante is currently locked in on. You can see he took a bit of damage there too as the HP has fallen. But you've Entropic pushing in one side, you've VB pushing in the other. This is a Levante sandwich. Look at the bicycle position. That's genius. Pixel patented.
Pixel patented. I don't know about that. It's definitely out here first. But for now, the guys now have to try to make it. Twisted Minds did collapse, and they will get rid of Project Extreme. That's a good move from them. BB have backfilled him as well, guys. So Twisted Minds in that 2-2 split with that crash from Project X, they've had to move in. And BB taking opportunity now to really conquer that north side of the zone. Back to the action now, the Funhouse. BB able to get their numbers back up, but will we see any jump outs? Here we are. Oh my god, Quizzy came off and then hit the one shot though. GG will fall and the chaos continues.
Lil W and the Wars here towards the other side of the circle as well, and you can see that Eternal Fire are moving this way. Daboom will get flushed out. Code Marco will get the kill confirmed onto Gedrox now too. All these teams vying for control of the East, and there's Quetpa finishing the job. Lil W fall in 10th place. FaZe Clan, Eternal Fire, all pushing in from the East. And let's not forget about our 3-team dance that's going on right now inside of the compound as well.
Don't forget, guys, !map in our chat though. If you're on Twitch, that'll give you a live map stream as well. It's definitely worth watching. Keep an eye, especially the movement, because we have seen BB team conquer a lot of zone now. Back towards the action, back towards the destruction here. Multiple teams still fighting out for the prio spot. They're looking to try and take this away. Arguably, I didn't even want to call it a prio spot. It's a spot. I'd rather be somewhere where Twisted Minds might be at the moment, or at least have the area control that BB do.
This is a fun little zone we're about to have indeed. Where's it going to shift? One member of Na'Vi still standing. So said, the Doe zone will shift. And it goes back towards this compound. BB team now, everybody out of the zone. This could be problematic for SoSed. This is where BB team might make the push onto the solo Na'Vi member. And if SoSed does enough damage, don't be surprised to see Twisted Minds flex out.
They've got two options, haven't they? They've got SoSed, or are they playing towards that northeast corner? If they play northeast corner, they're going to play against FaZe. Doozy's already taking shots at Jeems, so they're pushing themselves outside, away from the zone, because I think they're going to want to try and come late into that corner as well. So watch the angles, should we say. EF, well, they get a bit of a pass to a degree. Obviously, the zone pulls back, holds onto the high ground here a lot more than I would have expected myself. Thought it might have played down a little bit more, and these teams getting caught, having to fight down to the shacks just on the outside. So it eventually does go down, and that's going from Brain Lag. Well, does BB know who was in their compound? I think they'll hazard a guess. They might try and push their way forward. And 4 PM, well, they've lost their car, they've lost their hopes, they've lost their dreams. Now they've lost the zone, and our win or die team, we've very much focused here on the duo from Beamy and Vox.
Yeah, they've known he's been here for a long time, so it's just a case of, you know, the inevitable now for 4 PM when they fall. Not if BB team do collapse on the compound that I expected them to, that one that's been given up by Na'Vi. There's Hello My Bad getting his knock on to Beamy. Vox will go for the res, but you know, you're just delaying the inevitable here. Quetpa will confirm out that kill for Eternal Fire, stealing it away from Win or Die. There's Vox making his move, and Vox made it. He's just about made it in, but look at that. Quetpa was waiting.
It's difficult. It is difficult. With EF not really having to move, they've got a ridge they can dip in and out of. They're going to cause huge amounts of problems for these teams. Will they get many kills? Well, they bagged enough one there, so take it. FaZe have moved into the other side of this as well. Will EF maybe push their way down? Not just yet. I think it's all about the next zone. Brainlag still causing some issues. BB team did crash in towards where Na'Vi were last positioned. As SoSed did eventually fall. 8 teams now remain. So we're on the placement point, guys, but there's only 26 players left.
8 teams, 26 players, and everybody is inside the zone as things stand. We've still got the 3 teams inside that compound, but it looks like VP are starting to move closer towards the 2 Entropic guys. There's a drop landing in and around the edge of that compound as well, as FaZe Clan's Jeems will get that knock on to EF, but FaZe Clan are not going to push off the back of that knock. They have more to lose than to gain by trying to wrap all the way around this edge. Their best bet is to just wait and see where this next zone shift goes, and eventually then they'll play their cards.
Time. It's a time game now, isn't it, for FaZe? Where'd you play? Where'd you go? With BB obviously releasing the pressure now, they can just control, but it's an element of when do we stack, when do we go. Uphill battle from them to our EF, Eternal Fire, but we'll have to wait and see. The Funhouse has still not commenced. There's been glimmers of hope. BL have moved their way in. We still got Entropic alive here. VP rolled in, and I think it was Quizzy knocked over 2 of his own body, so no real pressure. Donuts up again. Now this is what I thought we might have seen the last zone. You see where it goes to the edge where in the southeast corner, that little shack. Now EF got to make a decision. Where did it go? Because arguably after that point, there's not much cover. So do you go aggressive? Do you play yourself down? Do you try and take a rock and make a car fortification? It's going to be difficult now for EF because they're going to have the pressure from FaZe, but they're also going to have the pressure from a lot of the other teams around.
You might just have to crash the compound, Mark. It might be one of the few options you have. Yep. BB team will suffer another knock. As you can see, the lines of sight into that shack are not really the best for a defensive position, but it's still just about inside the zone. But FaZe Clan causing a lot of problems. And yeah, look, Eternal Fire, they're getting in their vehicles. They're getting ready to make a move.
Well, it's top 8, so look, you've got 8 teams to pick from. Make sure you get your vote in chat. Use the team tag, though. If you're going for Eternal Fire like we are now, just type EF in chat. If you think this team is going to bag the win, predict the winner in chat now and bag yourself, hopefully, 1,500 G coins if you are selected. You've got to be in to win it, so just get those team tags now in chat.
Yeah, remember, it has to be the team tag. Don't be typing in FaZe Clan, just type in FaZe. Don't type in Brainlag, type BL. Remember, it's the tags that get your entry in. Eternal Fire, though, they've got to now make their move. They're going to wrap all the way around to the south. They see that as their best option, but Win or Die, they have a lock on them. Remember, Win or Die need to move now as well, though.
They do. FaZe on the move, Win or Die on the move. Win or Die got the ridge they can hold up. If they play into that section, we actually see them making the play. I can't see them going much further forwards. I think they're just going to take the ridge. Any higher up, where you're going to see Twisted Minds causing them problems. Where they're up, they're okay. That sort of road, that plateau, that's going to block out Twisted Minds, and they've got other issues. Anyway, FaZe trying to hug as much as they can towards the road, but BB team will be able to see. And look here, EF have repositioned now. Here come the nades. They are looking to try and take this plateau away. They can now see the final car coming. So EF is a 4 versus 3. Now the UT will dump, but 9 kills so far from EF. Really good start.
Marco's got 3 nades as well, which will be huge for this goal. On 5 first one thrown. Second one's going to follow shortly behind, but does he have the range? They're bouncing, but the rock is taking the brunt of the shrapnel. That one will soar a little bit too far away, but the third one is just right. Code Marco, and just like that, a barrage of bombing, and Win or Die drop, and then look at that. Poor little car rolling off into the distance, but huge fight for Eternal Fire.
FaZe didn't have many options now with BB focused on them. They had to push forward though. Nixie picks up 1 and 2. Gustav and Vix going down. Won't be able to get the confirms just yet. Brainlag, they need to get an idea of who is there. Now, if they get the confirm on Deems with the blue zone nade, that means FaZe will fall here. He should have options to go through. Nixie with 1 of confirms. Gustav store DB and O. Jim's going to pop a few smokes. The attention surely won't get a third party action here, but surely Brainlag might come a bit further afield.
And that zone shift is nasty for these teams. FaZe Clan, they are eliminated now as well. 6 teams left alive, but if you're keeping an eye on the mini-map on the bottom right of the screen, Twisted Minds making a push on to BB as well, as they will lose 2, and there's just 2 players left up. My prediction for them to win isn't looking the best one right now, but you know what? They're still putting a good performance. Top 8 and a few points on the board.
You say that though, I think they're a little bit of an outside bet here. I like the fact they've pushed
Where
BB,
did they go?
they've used that ridge, right? But they need to clear BB team and then come as close as they can to the road. It's going to be difficult. EF has still got the high ground, or you do a Twisted Minds and you just go aggressive. We've seen them do it before. Drive into the team, drive to the area you want to go, flex the muscles and control the end game. BB team, they're trying to deny Twisted Minds any more of a push, but BB team needs to move just as quick as Twisted Minds. As you can see them getting ready in the cars.
Yeah, but look at the tires. That Bronco's got nothing, so it'll be essentially a clown car here for that second Bronco for all Twisted Minds players. Great knock from Ruin, which will buy them a bit more time. Yeah, they gotta go. The blue zone is on its... Aduzi's abandoning Phil. Aduzi reckons he can't get him.
Yeah. I think, yeah, it's the right play. Twisted Minds also got to be reading that kill feed to go, saying, let's go. We've got to get in zone now, Gibson. We've got to play around. Look, EF have bagged themselves very much now on the bottom side, so it'll be difficult. There goes BB team. Their 1 goal go zone with the final kill up. So another 2 additional kills for EF. Great game for them so far. They've got the high ground. They've got the control. The argument is the compound now, the fun house. There's only a little bit left, and that's all VP size. The Brainlag need to move in. Oh, company man. The coach, the power of the house, the man behind the team. He's playing, but he's refusing. He's not all brains. He's got the brawns to go with it.
Hey, it's great to see company man stepping in. Lots of experience in NA. I've seen him. He coached in South America last year as well. He's going to get that kill confirmed onto Arrow, and he's going to get one onto a man as well, and down goes another member of Brainlag. The blue zone is there. Pennywise is rushing inside. Pennywise falls as the company man does it on his own time, and it's all down to Entropic, VP, and Eternal Fire. Twisted Minds eliminated as well, but if VP can get a second, if they can eke out anything extra out of this, they extend that lead over Twisted Minds. I love this from Nixie.
He's going to try and defend that. Nixie, the final one. 8 kills for them, and they've outlived TM. It's a winner-winner chicken dinner. It's Eternal Fire. 17 kills, 27-point game. Gibson, they came into this one at 75 points. That's huge. A huge game, though, for the Turkish team. They bagged themselves a good win, but they also bagged themselves some huge amounts of kills. So great game number one, setting the standard. Eternal Fire do not want to count themselves out of it yet.
They do not. Look, I still think it's way too big of a mountain to climb because you're expecting VP, Twisted Minds, GG to all get, 30 or less points over the course of the night, which I just don't see happening. But every single journey starts with the first step, and we might just see a miraculous one. We're going to jump into a break. When we come back, though, Alex will talk all about the first Miramar.
Well, game number one did not disappoint as always. Miramar can be a slower start, but it did pack a punch. Lots of early engagement. We saw FaZe drop in slightly differently, catching out the bullet rain. We saw some early fights. We saw Nixie trying to climb the mountain of doom, not able to get there, but it was Eternal Fire that came off the mountain and bagged themselves a win. Strong game from them as they pushed down from that southeast corner. It felt controlled. I felt like they had a little bit of zone luck as well because they didn't have to come off the high ground as early as I expected, Felix.
Yeah, but then again, I feel like they've really worked for this more than probably the games, some of the games at least yesterday, especially that Miramar game where they literally set that compound from phase one and obviously didn't get breached up until that very late game. So this one was way more hard earned, and you can really tell there's this duality of VP, right? Good rotations on the one hand, but also if they need to, they can fight their way through a compound like this. And yes, Company Man did have some great things to say about that, but in the end, it was VP that really came out on top of all of that and backed themselves so many kill points. And man, goes to show you, as I said, they're fine either way. And I thought at this point, when they really rotated down and into a compound and one breach after another happened, that this was going to be really tough to survive in this one because there's so much third-party possibility. And Twisted Minds, for example, on the other side, was all alone on that western side, but they stayed alive. They made sure to cover their angles. And look, as I said, grabbing themselves plenty of kill points.
I want to talk about rotations because I know you love a map feed, right? But some really good key points for me. Twisted Minds on a 2-2 split. They caught one of the Win or Die boys moving out. And BB team. like they obviously they received a kind of a crash between Project Extreme. Twisted Minds collapsed instantly, made the push to try and deal with them. That's one, and then BB team backfilling as well. So I like the movement from some of these teams, big names, I suppose, showing us why they've got the depth of knowledge, because they're just taking prior spots when they can quickly as well. Now this prior spot here, Felix, insane. I'd argue as well that it didn't really erupt until the zone forced it to. These teams were kind of happy to live in situ and try and pick up some additional kills elsewhere.
Yeah, that's fine, because I said this phase 3 actually, obviously off stream, but there's only so many endings you can really have. It's no, let's be honest about this. These teams knew this as well, which is why we saw so many breaches happening. And it's not a surprise to me that VP did that breach as well, where I was sitting here like, mate, that's an impressive breach, because yes, it goes. It kind of goes in plan with everything they're playing for, right? These centralized positions that have high winning probability. But in this instance, they must have known that there was going to be more than one team trying to contest them for it. And at that point, there was already a team in there, and they still decided to do it. So that's also the point I'm trying to make about VP. This is their decision. And maybe this time around they can come out on top.
The Knights it is. Well, that's it. Thank you very much, Felix. Let's get underway, though. Game number 2, though. It's going to be another Miramar playing path, though. The other way around is a southwest towards the northeast. Goes through the middle. The heart and soul, as I say, Gibson, of this map. Who do you think is going to be winning, though, game number 2? Come on, give your thoughts. Give your predictions for chat. Give them a clue of who you think is going to bag it.
I'm going to go for... I'll give 4 p.m. a shot. What do you see? 4 p.m. will pull this one out of the bag. It's a 1 in 16 chance, right? That's what it is at the end of the day.
That's why I ask now. It's all feeling, it's all biased. It's who you like. 4 p.m. a good team. Unable to bag a chicken dinner yet come the finals, but a very strong team. A mixed team, for those who don't know. Gibson likes to dub them all as the NA. 4 NA. They're not. They're 50-50, but Fox is driving from the driving seat, and it's on the wrong side of the road because he's an NA player. But playing will be done. Most teams will get their normal drop spots. Don't see too much. I think Chamasera is about to be the issue here, and it is Project X, though, going against 4 p.m. So you call him, but maybe you call him early because they want to get warmed up and get some kills.
Bad news for you, Mark. They all drive on the same side of the road. Everyone on that team does.
No, mate. No.
Yeah.
The EU, no.
You do realise...
I disagree. The rest of the EU drive the wrong side, mate, maybe.
There's probably 3 or 4 people... There's probably 3 or 4 people in this whole lobby that drive on the same side of the road as the UK.
Some of the best players. Some of the best effects. A great player. Welsh Dragon. Drives the right side of the road. Now, I'm only joking, guys. You drive on what side of the road that you're permitted to. There's no permits around in PUBG, though. You can drive on either side of the road if you want. I'm unbiased. Project X, though, they're on a 3-1 split. They're not playing as just a 3. They do have... Fine, he is... There you go. There he is. He's in the church, so a little bit further afield. And the zone, well, it crests just over, but it is over the flight path down towards a southeast. And VP, really, arguably, the only team that sits in zone.
Yeah, VP with Lost Lemons, but they don't want to play there. Like, realistically, they want to leave that position, maybe play a little bit further south up on top of the mountains, maybe take Prio. Like, you can see Lucarux has already gathered the Ace of Spades compound. For Pushman, looking to push as a 4 through Chumasera, hunting down Project Extreme. Project Extreme. I think those guys would be pretty happy. Look, they made the grand finals lobby. They've not had the impact they would have wanted, but they've had some great plays. Great individual plays. Pydaros has caught my eye more than once.
He has definitely caught my eyes more than once. And you know what? They are a strong team to be had. And obviously, when it comes down to, I suppose, placements and making sure that you deliver the points that are needed, they've been with their backs against the wall a few times, Project Extreme, and they have come out on top. I think they've made some early rotations. I think they've been caught. It's great to see them this level, this high up as well in the grand finals. And I'd argue to say that it's not as consistent. We see them in these top spots. So there is an element of learning because these are the top 16 teams in this whole event. So making some of those early crashes might have worked in the group stages. Definitely would have worked in the qualifications rounds, but not working against some of these players. So sometimes they go head to head.
Yeah, Shinboy landing a few nice shots with the mini there towards Project Extreme, but not enough to find the knock at the first time of asking. So, reposition yourself, get in a new spot. You know exactly where they are. Beamy's been doing a ton of peeking over the ridgeline, but Project X are locked in on this brick building for now until they get out of there, which they do, and they are sending it towards Chuma Church, which has been locked up by Fine.
Has been locked fine. And they will now go, yes, it's time to roll on out. And they will roll closer. Do they stay here, though, Gibson? Surely they want to also get away from church, maybe move more central. With the southeast corner, we know it likes to play back, and we either go towards that Los Leones, we either play towards that double cigar building, or breadsticks, as some people call it, very much in the southeast corner of the hills, or it goes up towards the northeast. So, worst case scenario, Los Leones, I think. It is grand finals, though. It's the last Miramar, the last attempt, so maybe PUBG is going to us, hey, have a city ending, guys.
Be rough for a city ending because the poor observers, I don't know how they do it whenever we get inside these city endings, but we're seeing a lot of teams position themselves in 50-50 spots. What I mean by 50-50, like for example, look at Knights. They're south of Los Leones, but if it goes towards the city, they can move very quickly. If it doesn't go in the city, they're in a pretty good spot as it is. Like, you know, you always hear about people having, you know, bug out packs, or, you know, I think bug out packs is the correct word for it, where if everything goes down the drain, you can get out of there pretty quickly. That's what these teams are doing. Like, they're getting themselves in a position where if they gotta go to the city, they can do it quickly, but they don't want to be there just yet.
Well, talk about doing it quickly. It's time to get your guesses in chat. Don't forget, every single round, you've got a chance to win 1,500 G-Coin, but you've got to put the team tag you think is going to be winning this round. So we're looking at LULW. If you think they're going to be getting the win here, LULW in chat. Or if you want Bullet Rain, all you need to do is put ball, BULL, into chat. Now the bot will pick it up. You will be in a chance, though, to win 1,500 G-Coin.
Someone is going to type SQ. I guarantee it. There's always those people, right? It's like
they're your peoples. What are you talking about?
You'll be watching APAC and you'll see when's Tiggleton playing, and you're like,
it's the meme that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. When's Shroud playing? That's the other one, isn't it?
Yeah, there's those two. It's those two. Or we get the budget wacky Jackie when Felix appears on the stream. But that's only rare.
Did you
only
really
rare occasion. It happens all the time. All the time. I caught one the other day. I sent it to him.
Felix would beat him in a 1v1, I bet though. I'd back Felix in the 1v1.
I heard Felix would beat him in rank. That's what I heard, because I've had to turn my notifications off with the amount that your giveaway is annoying me at the moment. It's constantly pinging away. My phone has to be turned off, because if you want to be in a chance to win 5,000 G-Coin or 5,000 G-Coin over the course of 3 days for Gibson, he's been doing giveaways every single day, like the rest of us in the talent, but we're all doing different things. This time, Gibson's decided to play a meme on me.
Yeah, just go to my socials and make sure to tell me that you beat Mark in ranked. That's it. That's what you're doing. And to be honest, they're not lying. Like, realistically, most of these people have.
I was playing ranked the other day and I got a kill, I got a confirm, and then I heard from Mark, I'm going to see you at PUBG Cologne. And I thought, I know this person. So I did get a Mark, we love you, and we can't wait to see you after that. But yeah, it was good. It's good to see. I love coming across players. I love coming across community members that are either in all the streams or jumping as well, because it is. My name's my name. It's the same in game.
Look, my crowning achievement in PUBG is when I hot dropped the sand years ago and wiped them all with myself or inside castle. Brax was the first of all. This is before I even got properly into esports as well. And my mate was like, "Do you realize how you just killed?" I was like, "No."
So have to wait and see. Maybe Gibson for the fourth member for Ascend. Hashtag just keep watching social media today. Unfortunately, they were one of the names that didn't make it through. It was a not the great group stage for them. They just really get kicked up, but it weren't the only one. BBL said for esports is all teams that you would have expected to. I suppose household names, I like to say, that you'd expect to be in the finals, but there are new names here. 4PM being one of them. Project X in the distance. Bullet Rain even further in the distance. 3 names which you wouldn't expect to be in the grand finals, but are here and fighting out.
Look, my German's not good enough to be the fourth for Ascend, but if PNC decide to give a pity spot to Ireland, I'd be able to play, and maybe we could convince Miraku to switch allegiances from being the coach of Team UK to coming to being being on the Ireland side. I'd say he'd be down. Hashtag give Ireland a spot. Let's see Gibson play at PNC.
It might be worth it just to watch that, to be fair. Knights, you put it back in for them on the last one. They are working their way back, taking a few hits. They're in a good position, though. A good spot. It does have the high ground. Obviously, got the underground section of Miramar there, but obviously does play away. Safely does fall down as Hawkeye does get a confirm on them. Project X holding a really strong compound. Arguably, if he does play back down towards the south, they'll be in a driving seat to try and get a win from here. And 4PM will find themselves as 3. Arguably as well, the time they have been 3 is sometimes the most performing.
Yeah, for Pushman, they've been, they've always been performing. They've been entertaining. They've been in the mix. They've been in the mix of action every single game we've seen them play. They've not really got the chicken dinners that maybe they could have done. However, they're playing forward. They're playing on the front foot. I've enjoyed seeing them in action. BB team, they're a team that have not really been playing on the front foot. I think a lot of people will be surprised when they look at the leaderboard to see that they're not competing at the top when you consider what the ceiling of this roster is. However, they'll get there. Also, you hear that? You hear that? Is that a glider right here?
Standard gameplay now. I feel like that every team's now getting their pilot's license. There's one person in the team which you kind of see up there. It's such a tool. It's underutilized, I believe, at the moment. There's a couple of things. People haven't got the timing right down to shooting and spraying it. If you are shooting and spraying, you're giving a hell of a lot of information away, not just for the team that's receiving the damage in the glider, but teams that might be around you as well. So teams, more and more teams are starting to use it. Do you know what I really love, Gibson? When we see it leading the rotation part when it's ahead of all the other cars, guiding in the rest of the team to safety. I love it.
Yeah, as long as you're not getting shot at by eternal fire. That went pretty bad yesterday. The zone shift and it goes towards the south, so it's not going to be a loss. Leon is finishing now all of a sudden. Look at the spot Knights have. They have prio on the whole of the south of the zone. They can take whatever spot they want. This is a really good opportunity to see their decision making in action. FaZe Clan, they're going to be in a great spot as well because they'll leapfrog a lot of these teams making their way in. In fact, you might even, if you drop to the very south coast, you might even get some cars.
They're going to go resort.
I think so.
We've seen them FaZe play here on drops as well. I think they'll be looking at this going, we're most be one of the first teams here as well. But good timing. Good use of you pick up. They've timed it right when it hits, and I think they're going to get exactly the information or the location of one. The only thing I'd say about resort, we don't see end zones there, have we? I've not had one meet there personally. I've seen it on the north, south, east, and west, but resort as a whole, it's about as dusty as this sounds. You don't get the end zones.
I'm trying to think if I ever had an end zone. I think I had one that was on the edge of resort, but not
Always
one
edge.
in
Yeah,
it.
never in.
Yeah,
Never in. Never in.
and it's always the edge where Project Extreme are playing towards the west side. That's when I've seen it. That's where it normally plays out. A doozy catches out one. Let's see if he can get another one for his trouble. Switches over to the SLR.
Spun the bike.
Oh, he's popped the tire. He popped the tire. That's an easy for a doozy. Besta will confirm out one, but for speak about underperforming, Entropic have if there was one team that I'd say underperformed more than BB team, it's probably Entropic.
I think so. We'll come back to that in a second, as FaZe did go for resort. GG arrived. Whoa! Other side pins there. Vex nearly goes down. Saved by the bell. Saved by good stuff, though. Now I'm going to try and make the move. Correxy down to one as well. They've got to deal with this quickly, but it feels like organised chaos. Oh, Corexy goes in as Dante puts him down.
Vex with the nade now, throwing it towards Dante. Dante will need to move to the backside of the room. He sprints out of the way, but he doesn't get far enough away. Dante will fall at the hands of Vex. FaZe Clan. 3 players up. Levante is throwing nades as a rebuttal, but none of them will do any real damage. I've noticed Gustav will close in for the kill, but let's not rule out LOLW. They are being like vultures. They're creeping over. Lurex sees the possibility for some free points for the Pandas.
Yeah, but Le Hazard stole one as well, so he took that confirm away. Corexy, point on the board for them. As I confirm, took a stop for hit and run, and FaZe, as I thought, it felt very, very chaotic though. As GG landed right in the middle of them, looking again to be a disruptor, but they need to be a disruptor when it comes to points, not for just hot drops. But back to your point, though, Entropic, I would argue and say that this has been the best event I've seen them so far. They're in the final. Could they have done better in the final? 100%, but I think we're looking at the name than the players. I think every event we see them, they're getting one level more. So, yes, they're in the finals. Have they underperformed? Yes, to a degree in the finals, but the fact they got here, I've got to give it to them.
Yeah, look, you got to be there. Top 16. You got to be in it to win it, but as of right now, a lot of the teams that are in it can't really win it at this point, which is always sad to say on a Sunday, but it's going to be the case. Phase 2 will close in about 5 seconds time. Let's see where that Phase 3 will pop as Win or Die push through. Twisted Minds, they're coming under a little bit of pressure from Brain Lag, and the zone continues to move south.
South we go. Maybe Gibson, we get the resort that we've asked for, we dreamed of, right in the middle, hopefully. Well, there's a lot of water, needs to play away, so we'll see how far it goes as VP moves their way in. First gets Schengen, though as Nixie has been confirmed. So 3 remain. Oh, look, Rocks nearly goes down as well. How many more nades does FaZe have in their back pocket? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Gustav going to pop some smoke now, as he might need to reinforce his way back towards James.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they'll get the benefit of all the loot they've been able to gather, having dropped in here as well. Remember, you'll get plenty inside of resorts, and you've got a really good position inside this circle now when Phase 4 does get rid of the water. This can... The only thing is, because of the way the water is, this can technically go anywhere on the north side of the circle from east to west. But Twisted Minds, Mark, they've found themselves a little gully that they can play inside of Global Army from the Knights. Remember, they were singled out by Phalix. They find themselves on the extreme north of the circle now. They've been not very proactive whenever that initial shift happened for Phase 2.
Initial shift hasn't quite happened just yet. So 3, but we're waiting to see. 1 minute 44 before we see that next zone shift from that 3. Away. Like they do pull in, but VP already here, so they might have to keep on rolling down to the south. What's the next team on the agenda? Well, load up even, so maybe park the cars up in the car park and find a new way in. We've got to continue moving down. Just mines though do get knights. 1, 2, Perfectix and Praetonians will get those confirmed up pretty quickly, I believe. There's one of them. Looking for the second now, and Brainlag, while they jump out and right into the eyes of the pandas.
Yeah, Lol W can see them. FaZe Clan James is trying to work an angle. You can see he just about got one, but it's damage being dealt from Na'Vi on the Brainlag. Twisted Minds Batu but is going to go down, while Global Army will fall back to try to get the res onto Baron. But look at Lou. Barely Lou's the one going for the res mark, and he's not even popped the first aid yet.
No. Heroes res. Heroes res. He knows that he's got one coming from behind. He's got to go for the touch if he wants to. Get the res. He opts not to. He's going for a solo now, so he might now try and drive. Got 2 nades. Let's see if he can remember where exactly that down will be. Nade goes off, but Rain is here, so has to use the cover. Nade does bounce, doesn't quite get the re-knock, and it all takes some hard cover. I can use that term lightly, right?
It's hard cover, but it's
got a big hole one side.
You know, a Global Army's backed into a corner. He's surrounded on all sides. He may as well be in the Battle of the Somme as things stand right now. The only thing that works in his favor is maybe Twisted Minds fight with Bullet Rain, maybe Eternal Fire. You get some help from your fellow Turks.
Call a reinforcement, I suppose. They've got the ankle. Eternal Fire will be looking to maybe go extreme again after they got a win and a huge amounts of kills, leapfrogging ahead of that Na'Vi zone. Shift away, does go back towards that northwest, but we give up all of the water now. How much more do we get teased with Resort? I think that's the big question. This is the first for me. This is the first for me, Gibson, because arguably the next zone is still going to hold on to Resort either way.
Yeah, I think so. A little bit of, because of how central it is, it's going to be in the circle some way. Are we going to get the Resort finish after both of us saying we've never really had one in the middle of it?
That'd be so hype. That'd be so hype. That for me is better than a Lost Leon ending. I'm sorry. Why? Because it's unrehearsed. We've not had major, and even if the guys and girls have had a ending here, how many have they had? As many as Lost Leons? Arguably not. So it's going to come down to raw gun skills, understanding what they know of it, if they've dropped here, if they played on it, how many times they played on it. It's going to come down to a really, really gripping battle. So bring me the Resort ending I want.
Give it. The people yearn for a Resort finish. FaZe Clan yearn for a Resort finish as things stand. Batu looking up towards Global Army. He's still inside that shack. He's got a nade, and the nade's going to be well shot. I think the shots coming through from Twisted Minds will kind of pull him off the arc that he would have wanted. He gets inside the building, but Twisted Minds with the blue zone closing, they're going to deal with Global Army now.
Global Army. But Global Army refusing to go down. That's another kill on the board. For the night. They work their way up. He's going to seat swap, and we get a wonderful cinematic angle for that one. He's got no more meds though. He needs. Oh, he wants to go for that little. Oh no! I'll get tabbed from back. There goes the lids. There goes the hopes. There goes the dreams. Knights will go in 16th place. First team to go, and we're in phase 4.
Corpse Bag picking up that kill. Now we've got a couple of fights going on the other edge of the circle. Na'Vi and Primal. Noah spots them, but can't really take the time to fire his gun because the blue zone is there. He's going to take way too much damage if he stays in the fight. BB team fighting against Bullet Rain. Phil first does a ton of damage, switches over to the MK to confirm out his points, but Bullet Rain, they're going to get all but eliminated from this map now as well, with just one player left. Make that none. BB team, 6 kills for them as they now look, if once they deal with Twisted Minds and EF, they could have full control of the north.
Full control of the north. Well, BB team will be eager. 6 kills. It will be delivered a big pack. They're in this wonderful sort of gully, aren't they, as well? We see teams play off from as well. So just need to make sure Twisted Minds lose or wrap their way in. Eternal Fire, we know they've been aggressive as well. Do they continue to go up and maybe skip Resort, should we say? VP looking to try and work their way. It's good for FaZe. FaZe sort of duo. Still sitting the only team in Resort, really. The other team's really sort of maybe tempted by historic fate that it doesn't end there.
Well, we'll see now. 3, 2, and 1. The zone shift will go. You know what? I'll take it. It's gone to the side of Resort that it always goes to, though. Yeah. As Na'Vi now battle with Primal. They do get the knock onto Daz, but good nades will hold back the push for now. Lou for Twisted Minds. His days are numbered now as well. Eternal Fire feeling it as Lou's got his back to the wall.
Back to the wall. Gonna hit a punch though. Not for long. Go Marco. He's going to put another point on the board though for them. Just in mind, 13th place for them. If you're VP, you're going to be happy with that one. But you come under fire from Primal. And actually the team that's chasing you down, EF, well, actually gives you a hat.
Yeah, Navi will see one of those kills are onto Primal being taken away by Eternal Fire, who really have started to heat up here on day 3. Primal, they've fallen back. They've lost a couple of players. They're going to rotate into the circle. Navi doing the same. They're going to leapfrog win or die as they look to play these rocks. And you know what? It's a pretty good defensive position for Navi, but the problem is win or die will want to take the same spot.
Yeah, every team now, especially on the east, is going to argue to try and fight a certain location as well. It's going to be in that gully or down towards win or die. Win or die, I suppose, stopping that more aggressive push. Navi go head to head with Primal, and they've got LW just above them. BB taking on 4 PM in the kill view. Primal are in the position now as they can see Navi. That's the way that I think the only way I think arguably they've got to go. They are using this sort of valley to their advantage at the moment.
Yes, so said will be the last one to move in for Navi here. As you can see, win or die off in the distance, but attempting to do enough damage on the So said, but nothing to be found. Gustav will confirm out a kill onto Eternal Fire. They're crashing in and they're getting picked apart. Ruin will get taken down by Lukarux as well, as all these teams trying to make their way in towards Resort now are paying the lead price.
You say going into Resort. There's only one other team that's made it in Resort. Everyone's just skimming around the outside edge. They don't want to crash in towards phase. I think they're looking at that. There must be a 4-man, maybe 1, maybe 2. EF have been down numbers. They've had to sort of duck in there anyway. Everyone else, though, is fighting the gully just on the outside. Primal here, they've got to move their way in. They've got now getting a push behind from GG, but they are trying to push towards Navi. Navi had a great rotation in. They took the opportunity. They got across the field. They're holding anchor player as well to see who was coming. Now they fully collapsed their way in. They've got to deal with Primal. They can't allow them to come in. But it's all eyes on a couple of other sides. Win or die, they've snuck in towards the south side as well. They could cause huge problems.
As now creating a smoke wall for the 3 members of Primal to force their way inside the zone, and VP fighting with GG just to the north of this position, but Daz will use that as a distraction. Navi, Jogsy will find the knock onto Fairest, which is stolen away. Daboom with a great nade from LW. Collateral damage as he steals away Fairest. Daz, though, will get one stolen away from his own as he will confirm out Hakatori. And this is kind of what we saw happen a little bit earlier from Primal in, I think it was on Friday, where Navi are the team this time that made the move a little bit too early, and now they're getting pushed so hard from all angles.
Yeah, there's Primal wrap back up though. They've got that sort of ridge you can play into, then come underneath. But that means you're coming away from Navi. It means you fight then on towards Lol W. GG said no more. Levante will going to take himself now out towards zone. VP down numbers as well, as all the action Store commences really much on this east side. Zone shifts. Store holds on to Resort, but we're giving up more of the field. Teams on the south, teams on the east need to make a decision. Which way you go? Round the north, in towards Resort, or play on the south side.
Extends 2 members for win or die. Extends was peaking, but that's a lot of damage from Gedrox, forcing him back into cover. Phase 6, as you said, is going to start closing pretty soon. It means all these teams need to work their way in from the southeast side. It's a bit of a smorgasbord of color here on this side of the map, as everybody is attempting to push from the one side. And sure, why not see 4 PM rotate towards the southeast side as well? But they're going to actually change their minds. They're pushing Entropic. They managed to get in, but
can't park
well,
there,
that was quick.
I kind of like the rotation round. They avoided the team in front of him. They've kind of tried to get in front, but unfortunately they picked the compound. They didn't. With 10 teams, gives them 10 teams, phase 6, nearly phase number 7. This is mental. We are refusing to lose teams. Dips and Gullies are keeping them alive, but everyone's down numbers. They'll be down for a 2. They're trying to take the fight on now with Primal, but they've got 2 in front. They've got 1 above. Let's see if they can make an impact happen, and Novi can put the impact on the grenade.
Yeah, Noah will find himself that knock to Gedrox. LW in a very tricky position now as Primal and Navi will begin forcing this way. Daboom just keeping an eye to see if any Gillies will push out from the mist. Gedrox down as Extends will move this way for win or die as well. So said, I stayed pretty quiet, but LW dealt with. That'll be Yogsy finding that kill, and now Extends the next target for Primal.
Next target for Primal. I think the next target, it'll be the only time I might be able to get your answer or give you guys a heads up when you can win some G-Coin. You've got 9 teams. 9 teams that you can maybe put a guess in chat. If you want to put a guess, you can win a chance to win 1,500 G coin, but you've got to put the team tags. If you're Primal, you need to put PRML in chat. If you're back in Navi, it's NAVI. But get it in chat now as quick as you can. If that team wins, you'll be in a chance now to win yourself some G coin.
So Said is just going to obliterate Noah there as well, and he's waiting to bait Noah. He's trying to bait him, to bait one of the Primal players to come to attempt to go for the res, because he knows that someone will eventually go for it. There we go, Primal eliminated, but can So Said move on? And he's taking a lot of damage here, Mark, inside the zone. 8 damage a tick. I don't think he's going to make it in, because now with that phase 7 pop, he's going to just about.
No.
Nope. Ebby says no.
From partying and goes, hell no, you're gone. 8th place though for Navi. They find themselves in the placement point now. Maybe just on the outside of the party. That is resort, and it is kind of going to resort. I'm gonna flag this as resort ending. I'll take it. It's not as much in the field as it has been before. Project Extreme though, 3 kills for them now, trying to take on BB team control from the north now as they work their way in towards some hard cover. Can they deal the damage though? Project Extreme get the first knock.
Yeah, Acalyptos finding Phil first. Gets another one. Pydoris will take down Besto. BB team, nice spray through the smoke, getting Spyro down to 1 HP. There's the second peak in Project Extreme. Wipe out BB team. 7 kills, Mark. This is much better from the Greeks.
This is insane. And they're controlling really, really well. FaZe, eventually, EF have come upstairs in towards resort, as FaZe have been here for quite some time, even as a duo. Losing a few on the initial chaotic, should we say, pickup landing, crash landing from GG. But they're here. They're in the top placement. We're in a placement point scenario for FaZe. How much more can they hold on? Well, I think the argument of that will be how much more the zone will lay on it. Nibby, well, if you need to be in an interesting spot, why not hang out on the balcony?
How much did he pay for that room? That looks like an expensive one with that balcony looking down towards the sea view. I'm not going to lie.
Sea view, not bad for the resort. Let's see what he can do. He might have fallen asleep though on the Sun Lounger, and hopefully that's not the case. He needs to hold on to the zone, but he needs to get rid of 5 more teams in order to get himself a chicken dinner. EF though, looking strong to go back Miramar, but can they do anything at the moment? They need to pick apart FaZe, and Dangerous Duo are on 6, and that's a great spray from Gustav.
Oh, go on, throw the nade, get it in the window perfectly, bounce it off the back wall, does a lot of splash damage, but Ruin picked up Marco and carried him into the corner. Gustav, he's the cross. Kwepa's waiting. No, Gustav, be careful. He's right there. He closed the door. What is going on?
Surprise!
What? You've just sold your teammates.
Surprise!
You've sold your teammates. Come on. You have to be better, Eternal Fire.
No room service here. Denied. Back-to-back though, as Gustav runs rolling by. Room service. Knock, knock, knock. Cha-ching. Another 3 points on the board. He's been performing well. Let's see if they can do any more. One more goes down. Will dry though. Picking the crates though. MK in hand for Leosh, but needs to try and get this res. He's just about inside zone now. Ibby hasn't looked down towards the sea view at the moment. It'd be a 2 versus 1 though in resort. It goes back to resort again. We are losing the outside compound on the bar as it's going to the main building.
On the side of resort that it always finishes on, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, look, I'll take it though. There's not like, we normally don't have this much of resort in. Like, so I'll take it. I'll take it. We've got the letters in still, Gibson, so it counts. Oh, look,
you got the res on. Nah, I'm not having it though. Like, he's just sold.
No,
he's sold his teammates. He's sold them. Like, you've got a cross for a reason. Like, oh, you're so much better than that, Eternal Fire. Anyways, we'll focus on bigger and brighter things. We've still got 5 teams left, 11 players. That'll tell you that everybody's taking a bit of a beating here, as the average is just over 2 players per team. FaZe with 2. Project Extreme though, how good would it be to see them pick up the win, as Pydaros will just give Gustav a third eye?
It would be a Greek resort if it is the case, but we'll have to wait and see. They are sweeping their way in from the west at the moment. A bit of initial spray down. When I do get that res up, but yeah, you're right. Most teams are now bleeding numbers. Hasn't quite seen Johnny moving though, has he? He was just on the outside of that smoke. So let's draw a bit of cover. I think Entropic will cause a bit of problems though, as Win or Die might try and make a dash towards the main building as they do get the knock.
Phase 8 now, 38 seconds left until it closes, and the center point's going to be those outhouses, right? Those 2 buildings. They're not even outhouses, they're exposed, they're just shelters in the car park. Yeah. So I think we'll start seeing a lot of smoke walls being thrown. But it's interesting because look at the amount of little hidey holes there are, Mark. There's so many nooks and crannies people could be hiding.
If Project X will play well. If they sit on the outside and work in on blue, they will eventually play towards that ridge line. They'll have to make sure they don't leave it too late. Maybe even get the third party on this. And Tropic will not die. Keep an eye on. You can see the blue zone nades. It's going to be a very, very explosive ending. FaZe though, 9 kills. 9 kills, Gibson. And they were on the fight early, dropping down in this area.
They were on it early. They dropped early. They're on 9 kills and they're looking for more. 2 players back on their feet. That's another team converted. Tropic are wiped. And FaZe Clan with just 1 left. Sawed-off shotgun. 2 pumps to work with. But he will not fire just yet. There's Ibby peeking through. Ibby's a solo as well. Remember, if James can deal with this quickly, he might get the res. He hops up on the balcony, but he's focused a bit further away. Akalyptos over on the edge of the zone. 2 minutes and 18 seconds is the maximum amount of time that we'll see last on this game. Ibby and James, and Ibby's going to win it.
What? That 2 versus 1. VP going to be going second place. Let's not count out just yet, but percentage-wise, maybe back-to-back for them. But Project X, GG's, the extreme win. It's a Greek resort when it comes down to it. It's 21 kills. The sunshine will shine on Project Extreme as they bag themselves their first winner chicken dinner.
Even more important than that, VP in the top 3 again, picking up even more points, extending that lead over the chasing pack as they start their victory lap. But wow, what a performance from Project Extreme. The Greeks will be loving it. So much support in chat. Wave those flags. You got 3 minutes to wave them before Falix comes in and finds something that they could have done better. I'm only joking. We'll see you guys in a few.
Well, Gibson might have been giving his giveaways and tagging people me in chat, but you guys and girls back me, and you've been calling out his t-shirt that he's been wearing, and look at him, he's come back, and he's had to dress up though for the stream. Welcome back, Gibson, or shall I say Night Warrior. Looks like 007 Gibson's going to be joining us. Let's break down game number 2, because that was our final Miramar, folks, and it was an interesting one. It went to resort. Maybe Gibson's dancing up because it's a dress code for the dinner hall, but BB team, game after game, had control, a very much early to mid game in their area. It looked well, it looked controlled, but they were just unable to get past the Greek Warriors in the end. But I do want to pick up their points that they're looking good. They just need to get over that final hurdle.
Yeah, you summarized it almost perfectly. BB team has been the team that has disappointed me the most with what they've done with the situations they've been putting themselves in. Because I feel like they've had such an amazing early game time and time again. They keep on having, I keep on drawing the comparisons to Twisted Minds now as well. They keep on having all 4 players allowed into phase 3. They constantly make sure no one's around their edge. They constantly set themselves up for a very clean phase 5 shift as well. And unfortunately, there's always this one fight that kind of held them back up until this point from actually progressing any further. And this is not the first time, as we saw it here in Miramar as well, that this has happened. This has happened, I want to say 3, maybe 4, maybe even 5 times so far in the finals. And they've unfortunately let down fans big time because of that. Because if these rounds would have worked out the way they were supposed to for a team like BB Team, they could easily have 20, maybe even 30 points more on the leaderboard, and we'd have a completely different contender up there as well. But BB Team, unfortunately, falling short time and time again. Really comes down to the wire in the later stage. And this is surprising to me, especially because that is such an experienced roster. And just based off of names, for example, a fight like this, they should be cleaning the floor with Project Extreme in that instance as well. But yeah, in the finals up until this point, not happening for BB Team. So I want to see more of that happening. And yeah, you were talking about room service. You were hating on Eternal Fire more than you were actually praising Gustav. And I think we gotta praise Gustav more for this.
100%.
What a performance.
100%.
Him running in there, he realized that he was catching them by surprise, mechanically speaking there, due to the fact that he was consistently running through the door frame. That's something a lot of people mistake it. They would peek around the door frame, but he actually runs into the building, makes sure he doesn't get into ADS, keeps the momentum up, and due to the fact that his movement speed was that high, and then that re-peek out the door, he was able to secure these 3 frags. So I want to kind of highlight his mechanical skill in these instances as well. That was something that I think a lot of people might have missed there. So, I mean, Gustav played the match for me.
Can't take it away from Gustav. He's just been outperforming all this event. Look, 007 Gibby. Let's talk about Project X. It's their first chicken dinner, and it wasn't an easy run-in. They did have to deal with BB Team, they had to deal with multiple teams coming in, but we saw some early rotations from them, actually holding some really strong compounds. The zone didn't quite go their way, but they didn't give up. They continued to chase down that west-hand side of the zone. So nice early movements for them. They've got to be happy back in that win.
Yeah, you know, you get to this point on a Sunday and you're not in
They went into this day thinking, hey, if we perform right out the gate, we might have a chance of actually taking this one home. It's like 40 points. I think it was a little bit less than actually, maybe 35. That's possible, definitely. But over the first couple of performances, they find themselves on really tough edges, really tough fights, where, you know, any small individual mistake, same goes for FaZe Clan, can really cost you around. And we saw this here as well. Early good rotations. They once again were able to kind of keep their edge clear, have lots of space all around that southeastern part. But as soon as it came down to fighting, and I think that's also where, you know, that resort ending comes into play, where we saw plenty of teams not really being too familiar with it. It unfortunately fell apart. But now I'm still looking forward to see them play. I think they're going to crawl back in at least one of these rounds.
Let's see what I can do. Well, it's match number 3. Felix, thank you very much. We will see you after it, because it is time to take over. Rotation note is a northwest down towards a southeast. This has been an explosive map, but actually it wasn't as explosive yesterday. So I'm really intrigued to see, has Tago settled? Is Rondo going to be the one that might royal and disrupt the leaderboards when it comes down to it? But for now, most teams have repositioned. They're in a position where their normal drop spots are, and they'll be okay. We'll have to wait and see. Not a bad flight path though for round number 3.
Both maps are going to be crazy. That's just the way it is. Whenever it's a single map, nobody can get any momentum going on them at all. Everybody's always on their toes. So I'll be curious. GG, they've got Godok all to themselves. And the big thing about this is, Mark, they have so much time to loot and get whatever their heart desires, because there's no one else there and there's so much to get here.
Yep. Loot is king. This is one of the maps that have the outstanding drops, should we say, or the sea of drops, the raft that actually a team can put out really, really heavy level 3 gear if they're able to get the loot, if they can. 16 teams, 64 players, no early engagement, as we get these wonderful cinematic views. Twisted Minds, well, this is a map they've tried multiple different drop spots, haven't they? We see them drop for a center, which we normally see Twisted Minds. Then remember, they went for the east. They went for the just below sort of airport. Now we see them kind of working north and around terminals. So they've gone back to a centralized position. So I like that they're changing a few things up.
Yeah, I think so. And the fact that we've got no hot drops does kind of tell you that the map is a bit longer in the tooth than Rondo. But we've still got, maybe they might not be hot drops, there's still a lot of teams that are not too far away from each other. Bullet Rain have been involved in a lot of early gunfights on this map, in particular with their drops. I think Lil W, they have from time to time, but they'll be glad not to be near anybody this time around. But with a circle like that, right, we've had all the people in chat were talking earlier about the fact that when we go to Tago, it just loves going to that North Island. You know, we never really see the southeast. We've got plenty of east in this circle. In fact, so much east that a third of the circle is unplayable, which means A, your points of entry are limited, particularly when you look at where the north side is with the bay, and B, teams that move into Kangyong, those fields where you see Bullet Rain playing, you know, even Win or Die where they're going up right now, they're going to get a lot of benefit out of these early decisions to move.
Well, this is where Twisted Minds normally will play. The downside to this is that you might have a few teams clash paths. This is one of them. Brainlag though takes on Company Man. Let's see the man, the brains behind the team. Hawkey does get one. Janny does get one in the back. So Brainlag yet again the aggressor, yet again the team trying to become the spearhead of taking down other teams, but unable to keep the momentum up. Yes, they've got one, unable to get the flash. Now they're on the back foot. Look at this, and drop it closing in.
Entropic, they've got them on the back foot. Another great nade gets the knock on the player who was going for the res, leaving it all down to Pennywise. And, well, the best way to make sure that Pennywise can't hurt you is to throw nades at him before he can even get a chance to shoot. Quick
reaction from Entropic. Quick. Talk about reaction speed. Now Bullet Rain's going to try and take on VP as they will now work their way up. Corpse Bag, well, laying up a bag of himself. Oh, no, he saw one, then he saw the second, and it was a... I might have messed up at that point.
Nixie, though, he's going to get a kill for himself. Look, VP just keeping those points turning away. 1 or 2 points. Every single map is all they really need. At this point, GG and Twisted Minds, you feel like they need a map win to close that gap. But can we just take a second to appreciate how good VP have been since yesterday?
It felt like day 2 is a change, though, wasn't it? They've got the wind in their sails, and they're now moving in. Maybe FaZe has got the wind in their sails as well, because again, early kills from them. This whole area, that's where Twisted Minds kind of work up as well. So with FaZe with the wind behind their sails, they're moving up. VP still trying to extend, and have they put a big enough extension? We saw VP 150 points, as Twisted Minds only on 136. Twisted Minds really haven't moved too far out, though, from where we started off today. There were 123 points. They've gained a few, but arguably not as much as we might have seen come Twisted Minds. So is Batordan just letting VP run away with it so he can have a explosive ending? We'll have to wait and see, Gibson.
I don't think it's like that.
If Barry was doing, I'm not going to put anything past him at this point. Like, it's Batordan's.
If he is that confident that he was letting it happen, I don't even know. But here's the thing, right? We have 3 maps down. VP have been in the top 2 twice.
Yep.
Even though they're not winning, they're not getting up loads of kills, but they're consistently getting lots of placement points.
Yep.
Yesterday it was the same as well. They're doing a phenomenal job of just ticking away. And that's why they're in prime position, and that's why it's so hard to catch them.
It is. 12 points. Take 12 points, wouldn't you? Well, that's more than the average some teams have been getting as well. Nearly more than some teams have actually got from placement so far across the whole of the final. So, wait and see. Emi puts down a few shots, rocks down to a 1. Well, we know he likes to double tap. Let's see if he can end the rotation from Gaming Gladiator. It's not going to happen this time, as he'll reposition as well. I like the hold there. You can catch a lot of teams rotating their way over. And Shimboy, though, is on the adjacent side. Trying to get Levante. He's seat swapped. He's seat swapped. He's gone for a 1. He's got him down to a 1 shot. Oh, Shimboy has to disengage. Though, confident hold, though. Confident hold from GG.
That's actually crazy when you think about the fact that 2 GG members were down to a 1 shot and 4PM just couldn't get it over the line. Something that, as we watch Lil W rotating from the south, if you've got the map stream open, !map, remember, have it on your second screen, you'll notice that every team bar Navi and Project Extreme are already in the zone with 8 minutes played already. That goes to show a circle like this, nobody wants to be late to this party. Get in early, get your sticks down, get your flag down, because there's so much unplayable that this is a phase 2. This is really a phase. Would you argue this is a phase 2 circle inside phase 1? Yeah,
there's a lot of unplayable, really. It's going to shift. And you got to think with this zone as well. We see a lot of teams play towards the east as well. They hug that line, they hug that red line, and so they become the highways, don't they? Teams trying to wrap their way in, and they sometimes take one ridge too many, and they become subject. So 15 teams still up, lots of unplayable zone. I'd even argue maybe it's a 2 to 3 or 3 to 4.
It's going to be rough anyway, that is for sure. Twisted Minds rotating their way inside now as they go down inside the bay. Lou's already got a foothold on the other side of the river to 4PM. This is... Mark, I love this part of Tego. Like, just for gunfights and getting bolties out and, using DMRs. This is a section of Tego that I actually have a lot of fun in.
It's that river that we're looking at now. That will pull the zone back, we hope, we pray. How far? That'll be the biggest question. Does it go? I think 4PM we're hoping it will come all the way back towards the west, but a lot of teams have put themselves all the way over on the adjacent side now. Not more teams though rotating away in. Project X though late on the north side, they're one of the last teams coming in. Navi have worked their way in the south, and if you have just typed !map, and if you have opened up the map stream, welcome back. It's time for you to put at least a bet in of who you think is going to take it. If it's going to be Lul W, make sure you put LULW into chat now. Choose Navi, etc. You've got to put the team tag in. So if you think, though, Project X is going to go back-to-back, XTR in chat now, and you'll be in a chance to win 1,500 G coin, but you've got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, honestly, get those tags in. I wonder how many people... Oh my god, Scav's got plenty of tags in on the boom when he had a nade in his hand. And that's a nice point for Primal, having lost Noah a bit earlier. But remember, if you think Primal are going to get the one, type in PRML. Give it a go, see what happens.
It's mad. There goes the zone shift. It does go down, but a lot of teams have to rotate. This looks like it's going to be a field end. It does hold on to the water slightly, but we've seen a few of these now. This is Tager. This is the prime real estate now, and it's going to be open terrain field. So it comes down to rotation times for these teams. What time do you push into the corner of the field? What though do you try and now hold? We'll have to wait and see there. Primal moving their way. They've got to try and clear Lul W as they will run their way through the compound. Looks like Knights are also arriving now as some real estate to be had. It's phase number 2. It's an early couple of deaths.
2 down. Primal now with the backs to the wall, though. Daz with the Panzer. You don't even have Daz. You don't even have to ADS with that thing. Just pick your spot. Pick your spot.
Take your spot. Pick your spot.
That was the wrong spot.
Well, wrong spot for Jedrick. Those is 4 p.m. though. They smell some blood in the water and they continue to keep pushing. But Johnny says no. He's going to go further away. But that's a team that might continue to chase as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one at the moment. Back towards the town though. Primal making the push forward. LW on one side though. We're not dying looking for the third party. And as I said before, the Knights have moved in. But they've not just moved in and held a section. They've moved all the way into the town. And now they'll be looking to push Primal.
Yeah, why not? Get aggressive with it. Bullet Rain get pretty close to Navi, a little further towards the eastern coast as they are in this position. The zone is starting to close now as we get ready for phase 3. But Navi, they've just fallen off on day number 3. It's not been good performance by their usually high standards. Winner die. They've fallen off the bandwagon a little bit as well. They were going into today with a great chance of climbing that leaderboard, but just other teams around them will be performing better. They're
nearly out of the money as well. They're in 7th place. They've got the team of Knights chasing them down. That's maybe why the Knights, as they've got the taste of money, they want a couple more, as they just need to keep leapfrogging these teams that are ahead of them, pushing their way in, holding the outside edge. We see the zone push down here, and it does end on the north of this zone quite a bit, so it looks like the position will be here. Bit of a standoff though. Primal, LW, and Knights all arrive in the same location, and Tropic had to dig deep as well, and let's go towards the field fight. And VP on a split, huge damage done towards Twisted Minds, but remember the other two from VP are too far away. They've got to get in the cars, they've got to collapse.
Remember, there was 14 points between these two teams going into this map, so this is a huge fight for Twisted Minds. Nixie will step through the smoke, launch a nade towards Example, and he's going to hit Pater with it. Example falls. Perfectix might be able to take a bit of damage off of this one, but no. He gets a little further away. Example, another good timer. More utility being used. VP, no. If they take down Twisted Minds now, they could really be on that victory lap.
It's interesting, they're launching nades into the corner. Lucrux decides to come in another angle, sees the cars, launches one, there's 2, and with VP taking on Twisted Minds in 15th place, Gibson, is that a huge blow to Twisted Minds? Are they able now to catch up? Will VP go deliver a 2nd place? We'll have to wait and see, but taking him out that early, that is huge for the overall leaderboard.
Each of those kills are 2-point kills. Like, because you're A, getting the point for the kill, but then you're preventing Twisted Minds from getting any other on the board as well. That fight was worth it for VP, and those are the conditions on a Sunday where you will see if two teams are 1st and 2nd, and one of the team gets the advantage over the other, they are going to push that 100% because they know the advantage that gives. All VP can do from this point on is extend that lead.
Extend the lead now further afield. Shots coming in from the other side. Tropic have arrived, so Primal now knows more than one team here, so they might continue to look back. The zone has pulled back towards this town. Let's wait and see how much longer and which side it will end up on. Team's going to wrap their way in. Primal might just want to keep their head down now. Maybe tighten up, seeing the zone, seeing they've been shot in the back. Either clear out low W or wait and hold, though, for a late game.
GG rotating in as well. They're drifting a little bit away from the top 2, but remember, a win here could certainly help close the gap for them as well, as VP sustain another knock, and GG might be tempted to get involved. Gustav from FaZe Clan, though, he's lining up the shots, but the fence just gets in the way at the very end. VP, they've sustained the loss, or the knock, but as I said, they should be able to get this res off onto Ibby.
Yeah, I think they would. This is a dangerous spot in the context of they're in open train. Teams will wrap their way around. I see Project X going to try and continue to counter blow. And the best scenario for Twisted Minds if VP go down and out. GG, well, they're going to wrap all the way around. They've seen the smokes. Low W do go down. Primal get the clear from there. We are seeing Bullet Rain, unfortunately, going down as well. FaZe clearing that fight.
FaZe Sunday starting. You know what? They've put on some good shows on Sunday so far, with a couple of maps to go after this one. And this one not over yet. A doozy rotates even further south away as BB team lose another. And it's not really been BB team's weekend whatsoever. So said, he'll get an angle. He'll get a couple of attempts here to get a knock onto Phil first.
Yeah. This is the highway I'm talking about. This is the wrap. The teams will kind of stick to the red and now follow that river along. How much you can take off is a little bit of a gamble sometimes, especially with BB team. They've been controlling zone, but they're down now, so that was a bit of a blind push, but has worked out. They were able to get past Na'Vi and dodge some more teams. Hoping for it to play down towards the southeast corner. Have to wait and see. Project X though now in control. Maybe the wind's in their sails because they've got themselves a winner chicken dinner. They're now going to try and hold. Maybe look down, but they've got to be cautious though. 4 p.m. an aggressive team. They're on neighbouring the same hill.
Yeah, and the top 8's not too far away from Project Extreme now either. They're in 11th place on 56 points. All they got to do is get 13 more, and they'll make their way inside that top 8. But to do that, you got to win every fight you're in, or most of the fights you're in, and they're going to be in a tough one in a few seconds with 4 p.m. not too far away.
BB, I've taken the opportunity now to go, oh, actually, no one's really contesting us. Let's push ourselves into town. Lucky enough for them, they might have been in a few games where it's ended in the town. North side, it's going to go. They have pulled in the south. They've got to work their way through. Feels like a bit of a ranked game now, but teams going to have to hold out. VP can be very difficult now in that north side. They're going to have a lot of teams wrapping their way around. Project X looking into the maybe this is the next map. Maybe that's where Rondo lies across the hills, because there's definitely no players there, Gibson.
Not yet, anyway. Not yet. Daz will get a knock on to Phil first as BB team's misery will continue a little longer. But that early decision from Knights and Primal to play Kang Young, not looking the worst right now. The zone circled up on it again. They're all loving it. And other than Kang Young, there's not very many positions worth playing.
Nope. No, it's going to be that hill, and 4 p.m. have claimed as much as they can of it as well. I think Project X will be looking to go that way. Now, obviously, they do get a knock within VP. The fields are going to be difficult. We mentioned this before, but the other side, though, when I die, they've been lurking at the bottom side. Now we have snuck ahead of them. Back-to-back games, they've done that. They all should hold now the outside edge. It's kind of like the line, like the last zone was on this line with the drops. Now there's a new line of drops landing down as well. This is going to be difficult for VP. 5 kills, but they're on the outside edge, and the high ground's going to punish them.
Oh, 100%. Oh, Nixie. Yeah, that Hyundai ain't going anywhere other than into the sky, and Ibby will manage to avoid it. But for VP, they've got their 5 kills. They're going to probably lose Lukarooks here in a second, but they've still taken down Twisted Minds. Like, at this point, just taking Twisted Minds out, even if you don't get any more extra points, is enough.
Yeah. Is it enough? No, maybe not in the hearts of VP. Let's have a look. But yeah, the high ground is going to be look, Project X have moved further afield. 4 p.m. are working their way back. You can see them in the camera angle slightly on this left here. It's going to be so hard for them. Here comes the punishment again. And actually, there's still Project X. Take Lukarooks here. Let's see what they can do. FaZe Clan knows exactly who's in front of them.
Yeah, and that'll be Nixie dealt with now as well as Corexi confirms out his own knock, leaving it all down to Ibby. That's a good nade by Ibby. It's a great nade by Ibby as it goes under the bus and takes down Corexi, and that'll be Corexi wiped. Ibby does go down, but Akalyptos from Project Extreme is able to take down Ibby as well. 11 teams left alive. Project X picking up a couple more points in their late game push to try to get into the top 8. And now Seifu from 4 p.m. He's got his eye towards them, but this is a battle and a half up on the north.
It's difficult. It's not a lot of cover there either. So they've got to think really quickly, and that's the team that can think quickly. They've got all 4 up to try and wait now. Will Die moving their way in. Primal going to be on the other side. Eternal Fire will fall down. 11th place for them. Good start so far. Let's see if they can reset and keep the aggression up. Back towards 4 p.m. on the other side. Nades will come out. Seifu will launch one forward. As Shimboy looking down towards the town. Another one nade for Seifu. That will go right next to that rock, though. He's gone for one side. Can he get a knock? I think he might roll just on past.
Yeah, this nade might be a little bit better from Seifu as it goes into the distance as well. Beamy trying to get the high ground with the Dragonov, but with Phase 5 starting close, Kang Young still being held on to just a little bit on that south side. But this battle for the hills, Project X and 4 p.m, whichever team wins this could be in a brilliant spot going into the late game.
So many endings we've had here. So many endings. I'm surprised we haven't got more teams pushing for this side here. Will Die, they're going to make what they can good of a bad zone shift now for them. They are pushing their way around. Navi are down numbers. Nades cooked from Presentes. He kind of will launch ahead, expecting that to come through. Ferris goes down with Head of My Bad's nade. Then it goes down to Diffix, though. He's further in, but do they know? Soset's a little bit behind. And there's a confirm. More neutral dump. The smoke is going to go. Does have to re-smoke. I'll give him a bit more time, but when there's only one more smoke, it's not really hard to pick out who you're going to shoot at.
Yeah, Presente gets the knock as well onto the player in the smoke. He might be tempted to drive right through that smoke now, and that's exactly what he's doing as he's trying to get the run over. But hello, my bad. We'll get that kill confirmed. So said at the ready with the Panzer. Send it this way, sends it up. Oh, nearly. Nearly got the knock.
That's the damage. That nade's going to cause some damage. There you go. Sergeant Lausch goes down. Presente did move further back, so he should be able to try and get those re-knocks though. But so said, he's got a bit of hard cover now. He ducks his way back in. FaZe now on the other side, can punish all of the smoke now, and it goes another dive, being aggressive now, having to reposition. Defensive action, needs to get some smokes back out. Have they got the smokes left to try and get? And these versus happen, but FaZe number 5 coming in, should have put him in the car, should have got rolling, because it's going to be hard to call it and even get the guys with advantage back on now. It's impossible.
Yeah, this is rough, and win or die. They've already abandoned him. Extends. He's up. He's go. Leosh is gone, but as you can see, the damage that Presente is taking inside the blue. So said we'll get caught out by the Knights as there's 9 teams left alive now. FaZe 5, and everybody migrating in once more. Still, Project X not really engaged in that fight with 4 PM up on top of the hill. Extends will fall now too. Win or die, they'll get into Kangyong, but they took heavy casualties when it wasn't really necessary there.
Yeah, it's all zone shift though, isn't it? That's the biggest problem. Win or die. Surprised they didn't put him back of the car though, and just go for a full send. I know it's a bit of a gamble, right? But get him back of the car, full send to the town. Maybe try and find that hard cover. Rest of the teams, you would be looking at this guy. You're going to reposition to the north, and most teams have now. Funny enough, they've all repositioned to the north, but into the northwest. No one is actually in the southeast or northeast side of the zone, so we have to wait and see.
Have you seen what 4 PM have just been given as well from the PUBG gods?
Have some drops, boys. You need a winner.
As if they needed it. As if they needed that. FaZe Clan in the circle zone shifts. 4 PM need to move. It's still hanging into Kangyong just a little bit. Knights will likely get pushed by Entropic, BB Team, Primal, Win or Die. All those teams are there. Big question for me is, have 4 PM managed to set a trap with Beamy pretty close to Project Extreme?
It's difficult. I don't know. Beamy's there. Has he got any util left? Surely if he's got util, he'd have launched it down. Maybe Beamy's just waiting, watching for the guys to push in. Sophie has been making a bit of noise. Beamy, he has got util. We've got 2 nades in his back pocket. I think he's waiting for the call. I think he's waiting for that call that he's one shot and Beamy will just dump that util into the bowl.
Yeah, FaZe Clan now getting the smokes in place to get some momentum built up behind them to move in. You can see that next smoke is even more cover as James decides, you know what, this might be a decent enough place to do some scouting from, maybe even play from this position. But Mark, I don't think it's as good a position as it might have looked.
Difficult. They've got a little ridge, haven't they, in front, and it is going to be very, very hard now to try and fight themselves out of it. Gaming Gladiators on the outside, they've control, they're waiting, not eager to make the move, but Primal dropping down in 9th place. We do make our way in towards a top 8, and yes, FaZe might have ended the hopes and dreams of VP. They'll be looking to try and deliver forward. 8 teams remain, 23 players left, and we've got, I suppose, a 1 in 8 chance to get it right. Make your calls in chat. If you think FaZe are going to win this round, FAZE in chat, type FaZe in chat, and that's going to put you into the draw if FaZe win. Pick the team that you think is going to win, but you've got to use their team tag to be able to win.
Yeah, Project X might be about to make their last breath in this lobby, and that's exactly what happens as Shinboy will deal with MGG. Pressing ever forward now towards FaZe Clan. Nades being tossed. Blue zone will be the next one to be thrown. James will get knocked. Fex now prone in the long ground, but for FaZe Clan, there's nothing they can do. Gustav, the last player up, and Gustav will probably get spotted now too. He's inside the smoke, but GG, this is a great push across the road from them.
A great push. They've dumped a lot of util though. So hasn't got anything left. Pin hasn't got anything left. I think they've dumped everything, hoping that FaZe might have some. That's an interesting way to part of the car. It's going to provide some verticality to a bit of defense that maybe won't be needed after this next zone. Gustav, though, we hope, we dream, but no more. 7th place, though, for FaZe. They get the placement points. They took up VP, who initially took up the TM team very early on.
Still 17 players alive. 6 teams as we about to hit phase 7. BB team still inside Kangyong. At some point you feel like it has to leave the city. Knights with the most northerly point of all of those teams. But look at how close 4 PM are to GG now. If this goes south, it's going to be chaos. If this goes north, it's going to be chaos. All in all, I love what this circle could potentially give. And Knights are still being held on.
Standard zone end in this one. It's always going to leave that town eventually. But for me, the winner, if I was to put a vote in chat, it's going to be one of these two. It's either 4 p.m. or GG. I think the winner from here, you might just want to hold your vote out. But they potentially are going to be in a driving seat if they can end it quickly. But they've got to end it quickly. Shinboy's got the big boy gun in his back pocket. And 4 p.m. some util. But Vox, though, using the util to his advantage. There's one kill confirmed. There's another knock here in GG on the receiving end of a util dump themselves.
Yeah, Vox is going to push now. He knows that they're weak. There's a player down, 2 players down. GG
Now
eliminated by 4 pushman. 8 kills for 4 p.m. And now, as you said, they have position inside the circle. A doozy wipes out Johnny. It's a 4v4, v2, v1. Hello, my bad. Will he get rezzed is the question.
They've got to reposition up to that ridge line on the left. That's what they now need to do. They're going to hold 50% of the zone and then just claim any more points. Are we going to get a 4 p.m. win in the finals? Well, they're going to be in the driving seat. Top 4 now remain. 4 versus 4 versus 2 versus 1. 1 is GT and the Knights, though. But as Gibson said, they're in the corner. All the teams around the town have to push their way.
And I think Knights, if they can get Global back on his feet, if they can hold this position, they're definitely going to do a lot of damage towards BB team and what's left of Winter Die. 4 p.m. They can just sit back and enjoy the show. Blue Zone starting to get really close towards Presente. He's now making his push further forward. Knights better be ready, and I don't think... Are they going to get Global Army back on his feet? I think, yeah, Baron just did.
Yep, that's a hero's res. Put it back to a 4. That's what he needs, especially if you're going to take a 4 versus 4 in the end. Fox, look at Fox. I know he's the IGL. You sometimes see the IGLs not making the aggressive plays, but make the aggressive play forward. He's right underneath the noses of Knights. If they get the win, they turn their attention back towards the outside field. They might not even know how close it's here. BB team looking for some more kills. Presenti looking for a hope, a dream, some way out of this one. But with the nades coming in, and maybe will open things up. Global Army goes down again, but Vox has to be deleted quickly. Hazard is there to cause the damage.
Yeah, the blue zones will spread a doozy. We'll get Baron, and there's 2 players for the Knights knocked.
Huge.
What do you do now for Knights? There's another blue zone nade that's been tossed. BB team pushing in aggressively. 2 players up. Stun. Push. Mark. Do it.
That's like that second stun didn't go the right way. He now got the third one. Oh, Winnow dies here. Presenti causing issues. He puts down the doozy. He goes down towards the zone. It's 1-1 though for the teams. Phil first here. 4 p.m. They've been left in the wings, left to the rafters. Vox tried to make it happen. Phil first though with a nade right underneath his feet. There's 2 potential opportunities for Knights to get these numbers back up. Looking to try and maybe get one. Phil first pot to flat, but he's got the shotgun in hand. He makes the push. He can see the player on the other side. Can he get the jump shot over? The wiggle, the jiggle, the heads goes round. He goes aggressive, but he goes down. And the Knights though put BB team out. Surely 4 p.m. have to collapse. Oh, it's gonna get flattened.
Oh, if that had a flipped on top of Laza, that would have been just perfect. But Shinboy, they're all waiting. They're going to hold the door. This is G. This
64?
is you know that scene.
Yeah.
You know that scene at the end of Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, that's what this is right now for the Knights.
Seifu's going to make the call. Shinboy's going to pop up. He's going to send the 64-762 in the hearts and soul of the Knights. But they've been up there again. Molly might even do the damage though. Hopefully, there's one. 41 left. Actually, make that 29 as he wants to send it into the final player. Do they deny? Does 4 p.m. make that boost? Try and get every single point they can. Flashes come through. Baron's going to launch out the util. He can. He's going to try and get a point. No denying here. If you're a Knight, you go out and shine in armor.
Poor John Baronston. All alone. He manages to get one, just like I did in that scene. But there's another player will take his place. He'll peek once more.
Kills.
There's your kill confirmed. There's the blue zone. Is he denied? He's denied. I love it. I love that from Baron.
Well, if you're a Knight, you go out with honour. And the honour of an additional kill was pretty good. Knights obviously did call it right. They held the zone and the town really well, but I think it was quite a default zone. A lot of teams knew it. I like some of the rotations. I like the pushing from the team. Surprised some more teams didn't send it into the town. But for now, let's take a quick break because that was our final time to take out. After the break, though, Felix going to break that down before we move into Rondo. See you guys in a few.
has already been made, right? Yesterday at the very latest. That they're not going to contest. They want to have another round in to potentially catch up.
Big calls from Felix. Well, you sit in the wings, you make your notes. We'll see you in a second. But it is Royal Rondo as we're coming in. It's match number 4 of 6. The final 3 games are here. We've got an west down towards a southeast. Test track, Linux Factory is at an extension. He says he doesn't think he's going to see the hot drop. Second guess it. I just think there's a bigger prize on the pool. And that is the global stages. If one of the teams give it up now, do they give it up for the year, Gibson? I think it's a bit of a risk.
Well, both teams are still on the plane as things stand, and nobody's making the move. Navi not out yet. I think they're going.
They're gone now.
Navi are out. Twisted Minds, they're going. It looks like they're both trending that. They're going to go for it.
I 100% agree with what Felix is saying if we just isolate the individual tournament. But all 3 of us know it's not just about this tournament, is it? I know there's money on the line. I know Twisted Minds can catch up with VP. I know you're back in Twisted Minds, but you can't give up. Will we see? I think we'll see Navi go to test track. Maybe Ninox Factory will be taken up by Twisted Minds. Like, it'd be difficult. Are they even going to make it? I think they might just come short on the field. Navi might be able to get to those corner compounds in test track a lot quicker. I think this maybe, if I give Felix the benefit of doubt, this is a non-aggressive hot drop. They agree to disagree. They're going for the same location, but they are splitting on it.
Well, didn't Batulins tell you earlier that this hot drop was going to happen? He did say, he did tell you, and the man doesn't lie, and the zone actually allows for this to continue as well, because it actually is split perfectly by the flight path, half up, half to the south. A lot of water. Like, you're looking at the circle, you see, like, in and around Rinjiang, I don't see too many teams committing to being around there. I know you've got the bridge. I'd say realistically, where you see Brain Lag and where you see BB team are probably the better positions to be in.
Yep. Well, talk about positions. VP. Look at that position. Big 2-2 split, but in the middle of the zone. I think they're going to be hoping, waiting. There's no hot drop. Eternal Fire haven't pushed for them either. Does Rondo maybe become a bit more quieter than Tago? Thought it was the case maybe yesterday, but not for now. FaZe go a little bit earlier. Great town. I think will be really good coming from that northwest side. They've got a couple other teams though, as Bullet Rain and Lowell W will be neighbouring them in the west side. They've got a lot of open train in front of them. There's not many teams in zone though, really. There's a lot of opportunity for prior spots to be taken. I'd be interested to see if anyone takes the E picks. The E bus though, I think people need to grab them as quickly as they can and push themselves towards a central spot.
I hate it. Every day we've been on the broadcast and we bring up the E-bus. I hate it. I love it, but
Sorry,
I hate it.
I love it. The sound, maybe give it a bit of sound. Maybe give it like a Jetson sound, like whoop, 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 as it like just sort of scurries away. So quick though, Gibson. It's like a glider. It's a tool that needs to be enhanced and used. So I do like it, and I think that's my inner chaos that's telling you that.
It's super fast. It's super quiet.
So quiet.
And it's massive. Like, when you're trying to make a little fort for you to play behind, it's perfect. Like, maybe the way to fix it, to make it, make me hate it less, would be if the windows went a little bit lower so that you couldn't really use it as mobile cover without being prone. That'd be the only fix that I could think of.
Oh, you're talking about like kind of a chop bus, like a rat rod electric bus version.
Look at the size of the thing.
I like it, Gibson. I think it's good. I like it because we've seen FaZe Clan make pull-ups on it and not even getting it here, and it's 4-man up in an electric bus with FaZe Clan. Well, let's talk about FaZe actually, because they done really well yesterday. They were in an end zone here. We had VP, we had Navi, who made a great play. Gaming Gladiators also had to backfill Navi. Gaming Gladiators made a push. Navi had to backfill. Really good games from them. I do like the individual maps as well. I feel like they could be anyone's game, arguably, as well. Maybe we see an Eternal Fire. Maybe we see another team like Brainlag maybe get a win that we haven't seen them get at the moment. There's one thing I don't like about this map, though. That's the EMP zones. I'm not a big fan of the EMP zones. I've seen a few teams get caught up in these and actually lose because they couldn't get away, or they couldn't get their buses and cars in the right position, so the tyres go, then they get caught running into the zone. That's the only thing. Doritos, love it. E-Bus, love it. Open ending train, kind of like it as well. I think it needs a bit of more updating, but I like where this map's going.
Yeah, I do like. It's, as I have mixed feelings about the map. It's fun to watch because again, it leads to more chaos than others. But At times it can feel like there's a lot of open spaces. They're making the right changes, like obviously making the mountains a little less playable because they're, by getting rid of some of the vegetation. I think it's a great move because we see too many teams move there early and just spray out damage for fun from complete safety. So they're making the right changes, and Erangel wasn't perfect at the start. Miramar wasn't perfect at the start. It took a lot of time for those maps to become what they are today.
Yes, and I think that's it. And that's what I think you're leading to. They've already started to make the changes. This is going to be big. Well, the change that's coming in, it's Eternal Fire making the push forward. Marco does put down Ibi as he's looking to try and get one of the points on the board there as they continue to work their way through. Nixie, no, on the defense, refusing to go down, but VP losing the IGO early.
Yeah, down goes Ibi. Here comes the rest of EF. Nice shot there from Nixie with a dragon off, but he needed more bullets at that time. They're going to lose too. They do get 1 kill confirmed. That's 1 extra point, and every point matters. If you're Twisted Minds, if you're GG, who you feel like if GG want to get themselves back in the run, they need to win this map, that's a bit of positivity. That's something that can egg you on for the rest of this game. Na'Vi have already left, so Twisted Minds are not going to get in that fight. You said there's a bit of a gentleman's agreement. It looks that way. Everybody else starting to close up, and it's like I said, you can't, unless you have the maps open, you can't see, but in and around Rinjiang is completely empty because, again, that archway, the river that runs through it, it's essentially a section of the circle that you don't really want to bank on.
No. Be very dangerous to put it that way. Well, Johnny wants to make it more dangerous himself as he'll go for a 3 times kickflip on the car as he now get up all 4 wheels down and starts moving his way in. Lots more cinematic scenes as our last game winners, 4 PM, will take the bridge on the very, very south side of the zone as they will continue to wrap in from a south to southwest. Though there's the maybe the safer reasoning, and as Gibson said, we haven't had the update on the esports server, so that high ground will retract the end game. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Greeks take the godly position where they can rain down Zeus's bolt.
Hey, if you don't take it, you're cheating yourself. Remember the old adage: if it's there, if you can use it, use it. Don't be gentleman's agreementing this one. Play that position, Project Extreme, and try to get many more points on the board. Look, I think I'm impressed by them. I've had a lot of fun. The fans have enjoyed it. Another one of the lesser known teams in Protality that have made a name. Pydaros has messed that drop up a little bit, hasn't he?
No, it was tactical. There's only one Zeus. There's only one. Max is the Zeus. He's gonna rain thunderbolts from the QBU. From the top
you saying this is Mount Olympus?
Cover. Yes, yeah, 100%. This is it, mate.
You impressed that I knew that?
It's the Greek guys, mate.
Yeah.
It's the one. Paid will hold down. He's going to hold the opportunity for Max to get off the higher grounds, as he will be the guardian of the border at the bottom. But for now, most teams working their way, and Win or Die have a little jump scout ahead. They know that Twisted Minds and Na'Vi would have been in this area. And here goes E-Bus. Instant power. Off we go towards Battalions.
Instant power and Eco Pro mode, by the way. You know,
think of the environment. Got to think of the environment.
Get it in sports mode. Put it in sports mode. That's what you got to do. You got Crocs. I've seen pictures of you putting the Crocs in sports mode, by the way.
Mate, my limited edition Crocs, don't bring them into it. Looks like the scout has happened. They are going to cross paths slightly with Twisted Minds, and they might be thinking this could be Na'Vi as they will continue to chase down. Battalions, though, puts the pedal to the metal and uses the juice, but going to get a couple of shots. He doesn't quite get the connection at the moment, and Will or Die, well, they get the timing right, and the boss is providing ample amounts of cover for the cars in front.
The bosses. Twisted Minds, bringing them in, using them to the best of their ability. But look at where a lot of these teams are now. Most of these teams are settled in for Phase 1. There's 1 or 2 that are still rotating, but 4 PM, they've got a spot. FaZe Clan, they're just barking. The reason they're shooting is to let people know we have this compound. So don't even bother thinking about crashing it. Look where James is, by the way.
To say, James is not even moving either. He's just...
He is moving. A little.
Is he? No, I think he's taking a break. He's insane. He's allowed to. He can take a break. Oh, here we go. We're back. He's back in action. And he might be looking around going, where's everyone gone?
He was having a sandwich. It was lunchtime.
Jason. Let's have a break in the... Oh, there we go. That's why. He's got an E pickup. So it's timing. That's what it was.
That's it. Yeah.
He wants to be airborne. That's it. That's what we didn't think about. James, big plays, though, from FaZe. He's going to be airborne, though, as the zone pops. And he might be one of the teams that get a prior position. The rest of FaZe, well, they're going to get moving on the car. Maybe they just turn around and take their compound again. Yeah, they are. Full turnarounds. That we're good where we are, guys.
Yeah, James could still take some high ground. It's up to him. Why not? Give it a go, James. Give us something to look at. But with that zone shift, everyone's now rotating once more. 4 p.m. pushing in towards that southwest side. Heavy traffic on the east. You've Entropic, Twisted Minds, and Primal all rotating from that eastern side. Twisted Minds will probably go a little bit further north. But look at this gunfight between Project Extreme and Bullet Rain, and a crash here. Win or die, Navi, Eternal Fire. Here we go.
There we go. Eternal Fire put in first. Navi going to run around. There's one. There's two. Eternal Fire down to the Mad. They didn't expect the third party hit. Win or die instantly down. Navi not suffering it too much. Divic's down to a one shot now. They're going to continue making their move forward. They've only lost once. The store 3 remain for them. But it's going to be difficult. Do they know the Mad's here? Do they run in? They do run in. Initial shot happens. Oh, and Hakatori. He wiggle, jiggles, and the Mad will fall. Initial shots happen, but it does go not his way.
Door open for... Win or Die, did Win or Die go out as well?
Win or Die gone as well.
Yeah, they're gone as well, so they can't even close that gap. Yeah, they can't even close. So Navi are the ones that could catch 4th place.
Yeah, Navi now with look, see that Win or Die coming first. Navi coming to crash. Eternal Fire already hit. All of these teams are around the same. Eternal Fire in 4th. Navi are in 6th. Win or Die are in 7th. Very, very painful though if you're any other team apart from Navi.
Very painful that for the Mad that we got his POV of that as well, to be honest.
Yeah, the initial shots as well.
Project Extreme are up in the skies again. Why not? Let's get everybody on top of Mount Olympus.
Will they go for it though? I don't know. I think they're going to try and hold late game. Oh no, they're going for the other Mount Olympus. It looks like they're putting one at the top again and one down.
I'm all about it. Oh, well, you need to get there now.
He has to go for it now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. One more shot. Oh, it comes in. And maybe there's only one Mount Olympus in here, and it's definitely not that one.
Maybe they're not the Greeks. Maybe they're taking a leaf out of the Romans there, and they became Icarus and just get a little bit too close to the sun there that time.
Too close to the Knights and BB team. I think it's about the same thing. 4 p.m. They're going to move their way in using the EMP zone. Sure, no one's rolling in pretty fine, and maybe the EMP zone took the glider out of the sky, but it's not actually the case because it's on the other side of the zone. But it might have been maxed out from the mighty high ground. How much ammo he's got to be really interesting to see how much he can do. The difficulty he has, though, Gibson, is he's the only one up there. So he can't risk a knock. If you've got more than one of you can kind of lay low and you can kind of take it in turns. If it's just Max, all he can really do is farm information.
Yeah. You know what? I feel a bit bad for correcting myself because Icarus was Greek. That reference worked even better than I thought it did.
Love it.
I hate it now that I said it wrong. It's going to bug me for the rest of the broadcast.
Absolutely love it. Not as much as the comments on the t-shirt, so won't be enough to change the top though. Hopefully, BBT they sit on the outside edge. I wonder if they've heard the rotation coming in from 4 p.m. I think everyone's waiting now for the zone shift to happen. How far does it go? It does go aggressive east side. So it goes aggressive towards the east. The teams might start repositioning now. Twisted Minds, who are in zone, they go for an aggressive wrap back the way they came.
Yeah, why not move that way as well? Lots of free real estate to work with, and everyone else is too busy funneling in from the other side. So Twisted Minds will get a lot of control here over on the eastern front. Looking directly down the middle, you've got Navi, Primal. I think for Project Extreme, a little bit of zone luck here, and you never know. Maybe Max will be able to eke out a couple more points for this team. They're currently sat in 11th place, but for VP, 2 players up. VP are probably going the worst possible direction they could be going right now. You know, it's a good spot on the map, but the team they're heading towards is not the one they want to be going near.
Homing pigeon. Betooling's mind games. That's what that is. The VP, I think they're second guessing it. Oh, I feel like Twisted Minds will be over here. Let's just turn around. I think they're looking for a new location anywhere they can hide up. But it is a gamble. The further south they go, they're expecting a heavy zone shift again, but there is some high ground back there. It's 50-50 roll. I'd argue to say it's going to go back north towards Project X and Bullet Rain, but we'll have to wait and see. BP still alive, scouting their way forward. We can see it though, and no one else is in front of him. teams, 1 hour moving. 14 teams, 49 left alive.
Yeah, a lot of teams lost in the early stages because, again, some compounds get contested very early. It's the whole concept of people working out rotations in the early stage, which always leads to a problem. But speaking about rotations, the king of explaining them has just joined the call. Alex, what have you seen?
Well, I've seen Twisted Minds, but I think I might need to press pause now because we have a very important fight actually at hand with FaZe Clan breaching this now. Lou's going to have to defend it, but yeah, this is going to come down to the wire. I said Twisted Minds needs to rotate back towards the eastern side, and this is the beauty of Rondo, and also the danger of Rondo with some of these positions, especially on that eastern side, and we can see it in this circle especially, not really giving you much to work with. Twisted Minds was really hesitating which kind of positions they want to play off of, and as soon as one team rotates in, catches one of these players off guard, that winning probability that we literally just had 30 seconds ago might have just gone out of the window. And I think, yeah, with Luke being taken down, Twisted Mind's going to have a way tougher road now on the eastern side. But yeah, that rotation back up would have worked out if not for FaZe Clan.
Very difficult, very difficult. Bad timing. I kind of like it. Example is pushing forward. He's like, no, I want to kill him. And Badorn is like, no, come back. You need to hold. We need to get better placement. It's the line. The stars are lining for Twisted Minds. Maybe not at the moment. They seem to be getting precipitated, but it does look like they're unsettled when it comes down to positioning. As Felix said, they moved their way back. It's not the Twisted Minds we're used to seeing, but we still got 3 games. Still got 3 more opportunities, and they're on 3 warriors strong. See what they can do though when the next zone shift comes in.
Yeah, Knights look at the spread of that fire in the circle as Baron will catch Lurex with the Dragonov looking to cross the car park. Schofield will confirm out Gedrox as well as LulW are getting put to the sword here by the Knights. Smoke will dissipate pretty soon. Angle caught by Schengen, who will get that knock on the global army. Blue zone, as I said, a bit problematic for Schengen. He's taking a lot of damage. He's going to toss some utility the other direction, but LulW managed to get the res on Lurex, and just as they got him back at his feet, Laza got him down.
Great nade came over the top, not too far away from Lurex. He'll go down. So he's playing really, really well at the moment. Nice, so also waiting for the push. He's trying to get any sound cues he can, but Schengen's not giving anything away. He now moves, but the timing not there. Nice, gonna make the push. Schofield comes around one side though. Lazar goes down and Schengen pops in around the other side. But the M249, he drops shot, doesn't quite catch him. Repeat though comes through. Schofield disciplined enough just to not try and stick the gun down the throat. And LulW, great move, but didn't work out in the end.
4 p.m. dealt with by BB playing with a sub now as well, as Ermac was taken out by 4 p.m. but they'll get the res off. They'll keep P-layers back on their feet too, and they got to move towards the circle. But Beamy is having a peek towards the Knights. Max, not in the circle anymore, buddy. You will have to come down from Mount Olympus in just a little while. GG rotating. Look at the amount of people rotating through this mess. Navi trying to be the gatekeepers on the west.
Gatekeepers might be the case. And, well, we can only gatekeep a few of us for long, and there's one person we can't gatekeep, and that's Felix. Welcome back in, mate.
Quickly wanted to touch on that rotation that we saw earlier. Twisted Mind rotating back up towards the northern side was because they wanted to take control and touch on this. Why that east side is so difficult? Because it's really tough to have any kind of position that you get majority of control over on that eastern side. And that, in addition, with Twisted Minds realizing it has to come back east because the west side hill has to shift out, means if FaZe Clan wouldn't have played in and the timing couldn't have been any worse for Twisted Minds, they would now have complete control of the majority of the circle. And that's what Twisted Minds wanted to go for. So quickly, just wanted to touch on why Twisted Minds did that rotation back and why they even started on that eastern side to begin with. And I'm more so surprised that so few teams actually realized that high probability-wise, it's going to shift back to eastern side. So take positions where you can actually gather control. And FaZe Clan, apparently, the only real team that had a read on this, destroying Twisted Minds' hopes in the process, obviously with Lou getting caught off guard. But yeah, good rotations now from both of these teams. We'll have to wait and see what Twisted Minds can do as a 3-man there. I still think there's high hopes, at least in terms of kill potential.
Speaking of kill potential, Max will get one. Global Army is chilling in the back of the car as well, as Max will eventually get taken down from up on his high hill. But now let's focus on Primal. Looking towards GG. Pin spotted in the open, and there's going to be Noah finding the first one on the pin. Dante still over a little bit. Good nade finds a lot of splash damage on the 2 members of GG. Levante and Rox, the ones dancing around the shrapnel here.
Well, gonna be for how long? So shift slightly away. There's a lot of commotion. A lot of teams having to wrap in from this sort of west-hand side. Probably talking about the rotation and where it's going. This team's obviously now waiting, a few of them on the receiving end. Well, Primal have been the ones delivering the nades over. No, just yet, but Knight's now causing problems for Primal. They've got to turn tail, Gibson, and defend the other way.
Yeah, Global Army gets out of the back seat of the car and into the front seat of this fight. Primal, it's got Daz on the back line. Global Army is going to toss the stun one side of the tree, another one on the other. He's going to get caught out though. Daz peeks at the perfect time. He heard the pin being pulled and realized he had the swing. Dante now does a ton of damage onto Jogsy, enough to get him knocked. And now that'll be Scav down too. Great bounce back in this fight from the members of GG.
Yeah, no, had a breather, didn't they? I think the Knights pulled in at the right time, gave them a bit of breather, get to reset and then refocus where they went to deny. But Deny's coming out from Na'Vi with the controllers from this west-hand side. They've been here for a period of time. They've deterred teams away. 6 kills already on the belt. They're trying to look for GGs. They don't quite get to see the bodies, but they should now fall to zone. Phase number 5, that's going to pack a bit of a punch now, and GG could be going forward as a 2.
Yeah, and this is going to do their chances of catching VP a lot of damage here. Hakatori from Na'Vi will get that kill confirmed. Remember, they're up to 7 kills now. They went into this game behind FaZe, Win or Die, and Eternal Fire. Few more points on the board for them, and they'll find themselves back into the top 4. Bullet Rain the target for Na'Vi as they looked at what have Twisted Minds just done to FaZe Clan.
Well, they weren't happy FaZe Clan took over their area. I can tell you that now. Na'Vi now from 6 to 8. Looking to try and finish up. One more remains from GG. The spam in the smoke will go from Diffix. Bit of a long rotation now for them. Open terrain, very difficult. And more teams will cause damage. 7 teams remain. It does mean it's time to get your vote in chat, guys, if you haven't already. If you want to be in a chance to win 1,500 G-Coin, all you need to do is put the team tag. So, Luca Rux, if you think it's going to be him, if you're backing VP for this game win, you need to type VP now into chat. That's going to be added in, and if they do win the round, you'll be in a chance to win 1,500 G-Coin each round, though. But we've only got a few more left.
This is huge, though. It's Luca Rux very close now to Twisted Minds. He knows that it's them that's nearby. We're inside the placement point, so for Na'Vi, it's just about surviving with 2 players up. Twisted Minds have gotten a couple of kills. They've closed that gap. They're hoping, VP are hoping that Na'Vi, Brainlag, and Tropic or Bullet Rain take this one. And look at that, is the worst possible shift for VP. That could not have gone any worse at all.
Yeah, because they've got this perfect timing, actually. They've got this ridge, and they have to follow this ridge all the way along. But as they come into the line of sight for Entropic, it's going to be punishing. Entropic don't need to move. I think they look at the zone. It's pretty bad for them as well. So I think they're just going to wait for the zone to play out. I'm surprised in Brainlag in the middle. Their 2-2 split, though, does come to an end. They fall in 6th place. They're in a good spot, but not in enough cover. High ground for Bullet Rain. Does Na'Vi sweep on the west, or does Twisted Minds close this one out from the east?
I think Lucarux gets 1 kill with that level 3 helmet and vest. It'll buy him a little bit of time against Batu, who is scouting with the MK, and Lucarux will stand up, and Batu is going to... Come on, Lucarux! You gotta hit those! Batu runs away into cover. At the second time of asking, Lucarux gets the knock. He's going for the flush because he knows how important this is. But the thirst, the hunger was on him. He was dying for a drink. VP go down. Twisted Minds will get Bertulans back on his feet. And it was a valiant effort, but now Twisted Minds, really the chase is on.
Oh, he was like millimeters away. He took a shot in the back running there from Entropic, and obviously Entropic caused the damage, though, the other part of VP. That was, again, kill, feed, real, first place hold. They don't want Twisted Minds to bag a chicken dinner. That was a full send from VP, and I love it. My inner child thinks destructive. Love it.
He shift W'd. We'll give him that. If he got
kill feeding was like, go. This is the one team I'm going to do this with.
If he got the knock onto Batu at the first time of asking, he would have got the flush. 100%. Maybe he would have got more. Perfectix will send it in. Shots will come from Entropic, but they need to focus on getting themselves into the circle. Honestly, you look at the positioning. Na'Vi have control of the west. Twisted Minds on the east. The north is held by Bullet Rain, and the south not held just yet by Entropic, but it will be. But where do they look? Where do they go? They've got no cars. They're on. They got to use their feet, the Lambert feeties to get into the circle.
Doritos? Any Doritos? Maybe get them out. Nacho cheese, get them into cover. Well, it's 14 remain. It's a 4-3-2-2 as we now work in. Na'Vi now on 10 kills. They've been dropping their way down the leaderboard. They'll be looking to call in their Dorito cover as they will now continue to move on forward, move into a driving seat. I think we're going to see Twisted Minds and Na'Vi go at it and drop it down to a 1. Nowhere else to go. Bullet Rain on a 2. I think Bullet Rain got some high ground, so let's see how long they can survive out. For me, I kind of think like Na'Vi and Twisted Minds just now focus on the duo and the solo from Entropic, and then just Clash of the Clans in the middle, should we say?
Yeah, it's a lot of open terrain, isn't it? Like these trees aren't even thick enough to use as cover because you'll kind of stick out just about on either side. Perfectic's got that. That's big. Perfectic's getting that point. It's a 2-point kill. You get rid of one player, you get the extra point for the placement as well.
Was that Dorito upside down?
Maybe they're trying to dip it
on that point. Yeah, maybe it's a dipping Dorito.
Yeah.
Na'Vi got the 4. Twisted Minds on a 4. I think, yeah, this is where you kind of agree. There's a window there. It's going to cause some huge problems. Bullet Rain just outside the zone now. I think both these teams are just going to focus up on Bullet Rain. There's one. I think Twisted Minds will be eager to try and maybe get one apiece. Maybe just draw this one out. Oh, he's going to go. Dorito is going to provide some cover at least. How much longer?
Look who got the steal of that kill, by the way. Perfectix. Yep. Twisted Minds adding another point to their tally. Remember, they were 19 points behind the members of VP. VP got 3 placement points plus a kill, so they got 4. So the gap is getting smaller and smaller. Little ammo drop there as Iro will grab some gifts from Dog. But, like, Iro is determined to ruin Twisted Minds' day.
He's got a bike. He's gonna roll in. Oh, nice great shot. Absolutely great shot. There come the Doritos. This is kind of, I know it's open train. I know it's a problem. But this is where those E-flares will be key. Twisted Mind's going to cause some more. And we're now going to do a backflip. As Hakatori will say, no more. Bullet Rain, 3rd place for them. 4 versus 3. Come down to the end. Who's got the deployable cover? And who can place it in the right position?
Look at the bus. The amount of cover the bus is giving them. But Na'Vi moved to take control of the circle. So said will reposition the Dacia just to give himself another bit of cover as he sends it towards Perfectix on the other side. 12 kills for Na'Vi, guaranteed at the very least 6 points. They're isolating Perfectix. They know there's only one Twisted Minds member here. They're going for the 2v1. This is really smart from Na'Vi.
Look at the hold as well. Ferris and Hakatori trying to hold, seeing if they collapse back that way. They need to come back out. Perfectix doesn't want to go down without a fight. As it does pick him up. The rest of the Twisted Minds, though, can't see him making their push that way. Ferris and Hakatori, job achieved. Eyes on. Great shots, though. Ferris will send a few in the smoke along the edge of the Dorito, and it picks up Batalion's to perfection.
And Na'Vi take the chicken dinner. 25 points. That'll rocket them all the way up from 94 to 119? 109? Quick maths? 9. Yeah. I've given up. I'm not going to try. But
it's that tuxedo, mate.
I need to put it back on. But look, 25 points, lovely tally from them. We're going to jump into a break. When we come back, it's the last 2 Orangels of this season's EMEA Tour.
Miramar done.
We haven't really seen that coming out of them so far, right? Early splits, prior on zone as well. It's just something that happens very rarely for Brain. Like, they like to play the edge, and this time around they have the prior on it. They made sure to have as much space covered as possible. And I think at one point it was a 2-on-1 split, something that, once again, I personally have not seen from them. Maybe I just haven't paid attention enough, but I haven't seen from them in the grand finals or group stage at all. So they took risks. They want to be more confident. I think that's been their game plan going into today as well. And who knows, maybe if that continues into the next couple of games, paired with a little bit better fragging power as well, a couple of more options where they have the advantage in aim fights directly, I think we might see another good game coming up from them as well.
It's going to be a good game needed. Lots of crashing. I think this is part and parcel with the zone, right? We saw a couple of zone shifts away. I've not seen that full ending here myself, personally. We had 2 points of high ground, so I think that divided where these teams would go. But there was a lot to be said about the eco. The Doritos came into effect. Some great shots from Ferris, though. He lined one up, but it became Na'Vi and Twisted Minds bullying out, I suppose, Bullet Rain at the top. But this here, come on, this was a full send for leaderboard, right?
Yeah, they look at you could tell he was really trying to get that flush going. Unfortunately, nothing really much anymore in terms of utility. I think a couple of smokes wouldn't really have helped him there. But I want to touch on something that happened even before that. We unfortunately didn't get to see it, but FaZe Clan rotated into Twisted Minds, and I touched on this earlier. This is the problem with that eastern side, right? Twisted Minds, they were hesitating on that rotation. I think that's why Lou ultimately died as well, because they were trying to figure out what kind of spots do we actually play here on that edge. There's nothing really dominant about this. They had maybe 2 spots in a matter of, I want to say 300, 400 meters all around that could potentially be played, but that's just really unusual for a team that not only has high ground, but also perfect sightlines on the entire circle to have that few positions. I think Twisted Minds was confused there for a second as well. What actually do we want to play? Do we even keep the compound? How do we hold this ridge line? What are the best positions? Twisted Minds was kind of hesitating, and then at that exact point, FaZe Clan realized this. Maybe they didn't even realize, but the timing was perfect either way. We're able to catch off Lou just when he rotated in and wasn't able to back out anymore. But they managed to win this fight somehow, right? FaZe Clan rotates back out. They realize as well there's no other positions to be played than the ones from Twisted Minds. That's just the weird thing about this Eastern Edge. And they completely fall short. I'm not sure what happened, but they got completely destroyed. Example, picking up 2 frags immediately as FaZe Clan rotated uphill. And that to me was maybe the biggest action here in the grand finals for Twisted Minds, because we said, leaderboard-wise, statistic-wise, they needed a big round, and this was their game.
Gibson. It's going to be aggressive. As Felix said, there's some teams that might be desperate. There's some teams that know they're not going to be out it, and they're going to take these last 2 rounds to do anything they can. Does that mean teams lose points? We're going to have to wait and see. It's an east down towards a west, pushing a south, southwest slightly. Good playing path here for match number 5.
Now I ask you the question, though. If there's 3 or 4 points separating the top 2 going into the last map, do we hot drop? Do we see Twisted Minds hot drop if there's only 2 or 3 points? No? Not even if there's only 2 or 3?
No, don't tease me. Do not tease me, Gibson. No way. No, I think the reason for that is because we will see Twisted Minds still play their normal school flat, and we're going to see Yaz taken up from VP. Unless it's a crazy flight path. And the flight paths have been pretty good, actually. So maybe we're due a crazy one, right? But even that said, what I think we'll see, though, Gibson, if it is the case, is Twisted Minds will maybe close out or stop entry, or VP might do the same depending on the zone shift. All the players are now out the plane. Pretty much a normal split. There's a few fighting for the cars. Now, Twisted Minds don't want to get caught because Lol W also do fight for the same cars. But a general, quite a normal drop zone for here for our angle.
You remember we had the example dance yesterday where he had to avoid a Lol W. No such mistakes this time for Twisted Minds as they get their drop. Crossbar. Oh, that's a great circle. That is a great circle for VP. They can get looted quickly and they can move straight away, and there's no chance of any sort of a roadblock being set up for Twisted Minds. That is perfect case scenario for them.
You see what Quizzy was already moving his way down to Heavens. So normally they stay in Yaz. Yeah, they have like a 3-1 split. They already moved their way down. Jedrick Stokar gets a gun. A couple of shots come out. We've seen this before. But it's rain. No, they were on the receiving end last time. But no, doesn't quite get the connection. That barrel spray just bouncing about, but let's the bullet rain and bounce on down the road. So really good positioning from VP, back to your point. But I want to note Quizzy early rotation, early move now. Maybe they hold a 2-2 split. Maybe they will position themselves out. This is now for Twisted Minds to chase down. 8 points is what the chase is. Can they get more? I think there'll be a lot of people in chat saying easy for Twisted Minds.
That's bold, though. It's the perfect position for them to be the strike, though. Like, 8 points behind with 2 maps to go. If they could write a script, this is exactly the way Twisted Minds would want it to be. And I'll tell you what, they would give you a hell of a lot of money if they were in this position when it comes around to EWC or the next PEC, any of those major international events. They would love to be in the position they're in right now. VP, though. Since I'm going to, I was
about to say, that's a really good point, right? Because, and I want to mention very quickly your position. I apologize for interrupting you, but the difference is VP will position up now. They might go for a 2-2 split. They might even go for a full collapse into Heavens, thinking the zone's going to go that way. But if no team comes their way, Gibson, how many points are they going to get? Twisted Minds on the outside edge. They might want to play down towards that Snake Road. They might want to push in slightly, maybe take on towards Junkyard. They have the opportunity to catch teams rotated. And now if you're VP and you start seeing Twisted Minds pop off in the kill feeds, and you're centralized up, you're not going to give away your position. They're playing position. Twisted Minds can play for kills.
Twisted Minds always get hot at this time, though. I think it's curious because VP have gone for a split too. So obviously Quizzy's in Heaven. Nixie's a little further north, getting that compound just north of where Bree and Lag are playing. You know, near J compound, the second J compound, I suppose you could call it. I think Twisted Minds will be in higher traffic over the course of this game, which is a very good point that you make. So they might run and do a couple more team fights, which can be a pro and a con, because if you're meeting these teams and you're getting 1 point from a kill, but you're losing a player or two, at what point is that not worth it?
Also, what point do the teams that might be in striking distance of 8th and looking like, we need to get some money out of this one, let's go for a full send? Heavens, and the argument that other, well, north of the J compound, as you said before, are compounds or prio compound spots that teams might want to take away. So does it go the other way? Do we see a team outside of these bets crash in? We'll have to wait and see. There'll be a lot of action, and we're actually good enough to see VP do kick things off. There's a quick kill confirm. Hey, there's 8 points. Twisted Minds made that 9.
So getting close to the double-digit gap again, and that's perfect for VP because that's not a guaranteed point. That's a car rotating past. You're getting that knock, and I was just... Okay, yeah, Global Army, nailed it. nailed it. But
Handbrake turn.
the point I was going to make was, obviously before VP got picked up, they were playing under Mad Bulls, but the previous PEC, I thought they were brilliant. I thought they were fantastic. Like, they went into that final day looking like the best team in Europe at the time, and it's been a revival because, Ibi has had his moments. He was away for a while, he came back, he's back, he was putting on the good performances, but I feel like they've got the perfect mix of just fragging potential, overall mechanical skill, and just game knowledge as well. Like, the amount of information that Ibi can process and give to the team, put it alongside Nixie's mechanical ability with Luca, they have all the right pieces to be a very good team for all the upcoming events, including potentially winning this one.
And let's not take anything away, they had a sub as well. Michael jumped in, and difficult to try and hold a lead, if not gain a lead, should we say, when you've got a sub. So big shout for him as well.
Yeah, the sub's Michael, a former world champion. It's not as if it's like a coach subbing in for other teams that we've seen in the past.
PNC champions. Rest of these teams going to rotate their way in. Tropic, though, going to make their way down the sort of south side of the zone. They're going to move in towards Knights. I think Twisted Minds will know where VP is because of that kill feed read, and see Lou reposition now to try and look at Heavens. I do worry, though, Twisted Minds will identify as a 2. They might go for that crash. Maybe that 2-2 split won't work out. But the rest of these teams are going to rotate in. It'll be a bit more of a snake line. A few teams going for the north. No one's really gone for Stauber. Everyone, give or take, donutting up, waiting for the zone to get rid of that water on the east.
And there's still a lot of it, and because it's the phase 1, we could keep a lot more of this water in there. Like, let's not rule out this continuing to shift over towards the east, which would be Bedlam. But VP 2-2 split. I saw someone asking earlier on in the day, why do teams play 2-2 splits? What's the benefit to it? Does anyone ever get anything good to happen from it? Well, 2-2 splits are, information's one, but second is just hedging your bets, right? Because sometimes you'll see a 2-2 split, one north of the center point of the circle, one south of the center point, like VP are doing right now. The whole point is you're holding 2 good compounds. If the zone shifts, one of the twos are bound, guaranteed to be inside the zone, which means that you've got a safe landing spot for the other team. It's like hedging your bets. It puts you in a great position. Like, most 2-2 splits go back to a 4 after phase 3, phase 4.
If you can get there, that's the biggest thing. That's the answer out of it. But you're right, information gaining, and obviously, well, look, let's throw another curveball there. Na'Vi, huge wide splits. They will go solo rangers very early on. Oh, there's one. Where's he gone? I don't know. There he is, Shinboy. Well, we'll be able to be able. Maybe the last 2 games, 4 PM can get themselves into the money bags as well. Well, they deny for 1. Project X down, and they might start running because this is the one team that won't stop. And look at the bottom though, just underneath the camera, Seifu is hunting.
Seifu's always hunting. When's that guy not looking for points? Like, when you look at 4 PM, I want anyone, next time the scoreboard is up, look at the kill points compared to the placement points for this team. Like, the numbers are so vastly different, as Max will just dip into cover, stay hidden, just don't make any noise whatsoever. Because this is so far away from the zone.
I'm not here. Don't look at me. I'm not compound. The doors are closed. Move on out. So if you don't, yeah, you're right. The kills for this team have been huge. Don't forget, obviously, the first day of the finals as well. Vox had tornado issues. He held it all down, but he came back day number 2. So they played the day as a 3. But again, don't take anything away. Huge amounts of kills put on the board, even as a 3. I think their natural stance is pushing forward, though, Gibson. If they try to overthink it. Hello, I'm still here. If they try and play for the middle of the zone, it doesn't kind of work into their game style. Hunting teams down like this is what they do best.
Mm-hmm. They'll hear the UAS coming now too, and if they can get to the other side of these twins quick enough, they'll get a lovely line of sight.
They fake it. They turn back. Vox would be making the call. They fake it. I like it.
Project X using their brains.
And let's see if Vox can get the shots though. This will come through. Let's get a connection though. They're going to launch some shots back. Oh, great shots back. Do they hit the handbrake? Do they come back? Well, 4 PM going to push it up as quickly as they can. Zone getting ready just to shift away. As we get back towards the action on the other side, BB team and GG now going out. The zone is going to shift. It looks like it should very much over. It does. Giving away this west side does tighten itself back up. VP now sit on the outside edge. They are going to give up their 2-2 split now as they're going to move on down towards Heavens. BB team needs to deal with this fight. Needs to maybe get its res and then get themselves in zone because they've got a bit of distance to cover now.
Remember what I said? If you've got the map screen open, exclamation mark map, once that zone shifted, both teams, all 4 players were in a vehicle for the zone shift. And then Quizzy and Lukrux got out.
No way.
Twisted Minds going right through the middle of it, though. If VP get a knock, they might chase it. They might chase this if they get the knock.
They've got to get the knock though, but they're going for full sense. They've got into Face. This is dangerous. Well, and dropping on the other side. Face fighting one side. Fex now got to try and hold off. They actually drive their way around, but they drive their way into potentially looking at the garage builder going, nope, we are not going there. They've got to now rethink where they play. Face quickly does get company man down. They will go through from James though as FaZe looking to try and clear. Pre-fire comes up just to double check in, making sure no one's there. It's going to be quite difficult to get past that car, but FaZe at the moment chipping away and Twisted Minds have pulled up.
I think you can just about get past it if you go to the right.
Yeah.
No, maybe you can't.
I think you can. They're not there anyway. You're just joking.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, so...
But it does, if that is the case, it does eliminate this building to a degree. Especially the advantage the building can give you.
Yeah.
But for now, you're not going to get it. And Twisted Minds on the outside.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, of course. They've lost one VP. They got a kill early on, so that 8-point gap is now a 9. 16 teams live, 60 players, but a doozy will make it 59 as he's the next player to fall. GG catching out a member of BB team on the rotate. Project Extreme, they didn't go for that. You know, that handbrake turn after they got the knock on to 4 push man. They decided they were going to just focus on getting into the zone because remember, Mark, they're in that little mix where they can get into the top 8.
Need 2 good games and it gets money. And again, outside bet, outside team, but rewarding. Even if they get an 8th place, like it's not a team we always see in grand finals, right? So they're doing well, and if they can take some money away from it as well, that is a huge win for the team. I do not think they will take any disappointment in placing in the money points at the moment, but they're going to rotate past. They've got Primal sitting in front of them though, a team which I had really high hopes for come to grand finals, but I've been unable to perform in this lobby. Definitely really strong, actually topped the pack on the group stages.
Yeah, only 57 points though so far this weekend in the grand finals. They've found it much more difficult this time around. Look at the mix of teams though feeding towards Mansion. Project Extreme going to be the next to flood past VP, who've set Nixie close to Mansion as that forward scout. There's the Mad, he'll be able to catch out Max. Let's see if he can get another one as he jump out. There's another one. The Mad will take down Pydaros. One member of Project Extreme still on their feet. Make that none. Eternal Fire, 3 points on the board.
Code Marco 2, the Mad will pick up 1. Eternal Fire. Oh, they've done really well. They do sometimes blow hot and cold to me, but they're lukewarm at the moment. Let's see what they can do. They were roasting hot at the beginning of the game. Let's see if they can end it on the same temperature. 4 PM wrap their way around. The Popcore is going to be, and it's actually completely clear for them if they want to sweep in. The zone could potentially shift back that way. If we do see that Na'Vi compound, that will be a pro. LW might be looking down towards that south side to see if they can move on in. Na'Vi on that split though at the moment. The zone shifts back, actually holds very much on the north, and LW hit the brakes and go back the way they came. They're going to be happy with this one. Oh no, VP, they get an E pickup. They go back towards Heavens, and they are receiving a huge amounts of spiderweb shots though if you're watching the map stream.
I think that they've all got back on the deck though. That's the most important thing. Twisted Minds pretty happy with this shift. They're not really going to be moving too far from the position that they're playing right now unless they need to with 3 players up. Gotta agree with you. BB team are pushing towards VP, and Lukarux is there. BB team know that they're here, and this could be this could spell a lot of trouble. Besto is going to get 1. There's Phil first taking down Quizzy. That's 2 members of VP down. Nixie is too far away to help at all. Ibby, just get out of there. Get in your Dacia and fall back to Nixie.
Yeah, Nixie obviously went the other way. He's got to go left and left. Hard left again. Can he get his way through? Takes a few shots. He's going to have an opportunity. VP going to be going down to a 2. I think that's going to go the wrong way up. We'll have to wait and see though. Primal have crashed in on Na'Vi though. Exchange either side. DB and no, but it looks like Na'Vi going to try and pick this one up. Dazdo moving forward. The flash comes out as he's going to try and come out the other side. High cover from Na'Vi. I think Daz is just having a look. I was about to say, he's got a molly, he's got a nade. Get out that window. Gets the molly out, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, the up-downs compound, always a fun one to fight around, and Na'Vi with 4 players back up doing a lot of damage to Primal. The blue zone nade might do even more as they attempt to get the res, but as you can see, the bloom will not go far enough. Ferris actually going to take some friendly fire, and Scav will catch out so set as they drop. So Na'Vi putting a step a little bit wrong. That nade not doing too much damage at all, but this is a good fight back from Primal.
No, let's get well, you can see that 4 PM. It's not going to be long before them. It's not going to be long before the Knights move in as well. Ferris will pop a flash one way. He's trying to stop any kind of wrap on the outside wall, and it won't be long. It looks like the Knights are starting to engage as well. Jockey, let's get one of the confirms, and there's the shots over the top, and Na'Vi, well, they've had to give up the high ground, and to their disappointment, they have a team backfill pretty quickly, but there's another one coming. Maybe that's going to draw one. Diffix goes for one. Oh, looking for the second. Doesn't quite get a connection. He does. What a swing to the window.
The Scar L doing the damage, but can he give a bigger L towards Primal? Nade being tossed on, and Primal, the 2 players down. Diffix isn't going to take any breather whatsoever to pop a first aid. Maybe now that you can. No, never mind. Spray across a little bit more damage dealt in as Molly will catch the kill on the Jogsy. Diffix, 1-man armying it. Now he'll pop the first aid. But for Primal, they're getting obliterated by Diffix.
Diffix taking him apart. I think he went to go look for the other player. Actually positioned himself. I thought he might have just maybe held off the door, stopped Diffix moving in. 4 PM, well, they arrive at the fight here, and the Knight didn't continue that pressure. Just let Diffix continue on his way. LW have GG on the outside edge. Schengen going to take the building now, try and get some high ground back towards GG, but very difficult to see because there's a little bowl they can play into. Well, not for much longer. The zone has shifted as well.
Yeah, Knights couldn't push it, Mark, because of the fact you had 4 PM and Entropic on the ridge line around them, so they were kind of locked into place. The zone shifts, and Twisted Minds will be one of the first teams to move, but LOLW looking to lock out GG. Nade tossed over towards the smokes, but GG get Levante back on his feet. LOLW didn't really expect GG to make this push, but GG did. But LOLW, they can still hold them out. Like, GG are trapped at the moment.
Yeah, they are. They're in the bowl, but we saw what happens if you're trapped when you're GG. That happened yesterday. Don't put them in a little dip. That's all I'm going to say. Maybe LOLW read that kill feed and like, maybe not. We'll wait for you guys to make a move towards us or make a move away. And the move away is going to be the case. GG playing their way around. They do have Dante up that north side, so they know an exit route now. 4 PM have picked up one of the Knights, but they've got to wrap their way around. Do they get themselves out? But Twisted Minds are eliminated. VP are storing. They're down numbers here, but brain lag on a 2-2 split. Information games, and Twisted Minds will fall.
And I don't know how many points Twisted Minds even got in that game. So for VP now to survive into the placing points, extend that gap. I know you've only got 2 players left alive, but it's all about the numbers game now. Phase 4 is closing. Ibby's on the edge of the blue as he'll move in as well. The only thing I worry about for VP is look at the amount of teams that are in and around where Nixie's playing.
Yep. Yeah, and Ibby's reading the south. You've got the map feed as well. So they're still playing as a solos. They just need to lurk down. 13 teams, 45 players. 2 of them are VP as well. So they need a lot more to fall to make it worth their while. How many kills do Twisted Minds get? That's going to be the interesting one we'll take away when it comes down to leaderboard. For now, VP still remain. BB have wrapped themselves in towards the Pandas. Do neighbour. They'll be expecting more teams down in the south corner, should we say. So I think they'd be a surprise to find there's a full 4-man sitting above them. Actually, I think it's a 3-man. I think they lost one, didn't they, one earlier, but for now, this is going to be a dangerous fight. VP out the action, but so is 4 PM. They're looking to try and stay away from the action as well as the Knights leave the compound and leave Primal in situ.
Yeah, Primal on the edge of the zone. Knights moving directly towards where BB team and LOL W are. You can see that convoy going past. Gedrox will be the first to spray. And there's... Okay, Knights, I see you. Gedrox will get the knock on the Laza, but they obliterated BB team, and now LOLW are pushing to pick up the pieces. Global Army is still there. LOLW confirm out another kill, but Knights, that was a clean push on the BP. They're just unfortunate that LOLW was here as well.
Yeah, very unfortunate timing. Beaming, well, he's going to make the timing in the car. He's going to run through. He's taking that Diffix rotation round. Beaming does put Jogsy down. Jogsy has got Shimboy down and out as well. Now, you know, just at the moment, Power down 2-2. Scrap that. Make that 1. Gustav arrives, though. As We'll be getting some more kills. FaZe Sunday. There's another kill on the board. They know there's more players here. Here comes the util dump as well. Blue Zone Nade trying to close out one. Have they got more? Fex on the high ground roof now. He's going to try and launch into the shack. Oh, he goes past the shack. Oh, he gets a re-knock though. He knows we're one. Oh, he then walks into Corexy's nade earlier. That's another 2 on the board. Maybe FaZe need the final 2 games to skyrocket themselves up that leaderboard.
Easy work for FaZe Clan there. They barely stopped and they got themselves 2 squad wipes, and now they're moving towards the circle. The zone shifts away from VP once more, but they won't mind because it's starting to thin out on their side of the circle. Eternal Fire focused on win or die, and that'll all work out. If these 2 teams get a little bit of damage done onto each other, it opens up another avenue for VP to push in. On the other side, FaZe Clan will move up close to LOLW. Let's just pull out again, get another couple of kills maybe, and move on further.
See if LW can defend that. Gross Up will have a unique sound to it, so Schengen might want to go for a little bit more of a hard cover, or whatever cover he can grab at the moment, but FaZe on the push. 3-1 though. Get stuff a little bit further back, and it doesn't take long though. Fair party action, long distance actually comes from GG, and well, Corexy will go, that's for free. Thank you very much. Now we know there's a team up here as well. Another point on the board, but Gustav, he's right in front of the other 2 pandas.
Yeah, but he's coming under a little bit of fire from further away, which will make him turn tail and rotate around to the rest of the team as LOLW suffer 1 casualty, but James is moving closer and closer to Dante. 7 there. Why? I wish they could play this way every day instead of just
Sunday.
Just on Sundays.
Holy day. It's FaZe Day. That's why FaZe Sunday became a thing. It's just the magic in the air that they just want to captivate and chase down. So let's see if they can keep going. They are in the money at the moment. Don't forget FaZe don't write them off. They are in 6th place though, but they'll be well over the 100-point mark now, chasing down the other teams. Can they get to first? Well, that's a huge ask, but if they keep seeing VP and Twisted Minds going out, they just need to deal with the other 2 teams in front of them, and every time they leapfrog a team, it's more money in their back pocket.
Yeah, win or die on the edge of J compound. Eternal Fire still pushing around, but I think they have decided to pull off of this fight and rotate further up. Now, Nixie is down, leaving it all down to Ibby, who's getting closer and closer to Entropic. But he knows that Entropic... Ibby could be about to launch a nade into the shack, and that's exactly what he's got. He's got the Panzer here as well. Ibby gets 1, Ibby gets 2. VP, let's go. 3 points for Ibby as he lights up the kill feed and extends that lead even more.
Yeah, be all about that. 8 teams now as well, so he's put himself in the placement points as well. 23 teams, 23 players left alive. 8 teams, so every team falls down another additional placement point now as the zone will shift closer towards that north. GG will be happy. They're playing back towards them. LW need to work their way in. FaZe storming their way around. And Ibby, well, that's a difficult ask. That's not a lot of cover to make his way in. And with the roof of the car the wrong way up as it faces down, it's going to be difficult. And LW, well, they're going to start moving their way back. But FaZe moving down, and Corexy launching forward. Gustav, though, right in front. And there he's going to end it as well. LW, 8th place for them. Some more kills under the belt, though, of FaZe.
3 down for FaZe now, though, as Corexy will start smoking out each player and go for res to res to res. This is very important for FaZe as they try to breach that top 4. Win or die, they need to move. Ibby needs to move here as well, but he might just have a vehicle. Depends on what nick those tires are in. But win or die, they're sending it for brain lag.
It'll have to be now a full send. Brain lag holding. Oh, great shots, though. Nade's already come out. He's down to 1 shot, trying to get anything he can. Error, though, is going to try and play his way back. IGL for Brain Lag to see if he can try and hold out. Presenti looking to try and get in. Oh, great nade will come through the door. The jump shot comes out. He's going to be able to hang on the window, close it out, and should be able to get, I say, one of the res is on, but no, it's not going to be the case, though, because Eternal Fire, well, they see the fire burning from the car and make him move. It's code Marco.
Another point for VP, though, because another team has fallen. This is all playing into favor, and it might just work this way again because a couple of teams are focusing on this fight. Eternal Fire on the bottom floor, Brain Lag on the top. Can EF do a serious amount of work here? FaZe Clan wrapping around now too. Ibby smoking out on the edge, but this is big. FaZe Clan could take out Code Marco, and that could be another point for VP.
Another point for VP. There's definitely more points for FaZe. What is happened? What's in the energy drinks that FaZe Clan are popping in game at the moment? Because something feels different. 7 kills for Brainluck. Great little peek shot, but the nade will end it. Pinpoint accurate, and Gustav says goodbye and good night. Brainluck, you are out in 5th.
4v4, v3, v1. FaZe Clan will be back up to a full 3 though in a second. Bullet Rain holding center zone. Ebby, you've done great.
Right.
You got 3 kills.
Take
You got 3 kills, lots of placement points. This is not worst. You know, this is not the best case for VP, but they're extending that lead, which is all that matters.
Keep on moving forward. I don't think he'll go right up to the tree either. So initial shots will come through. It's not going to be long. You FaZe. What's that? Gustav on 5 kills. VP go out in 4th place. 3 teams remain. 4 versus 4 versus 3. Something feels magical about FaZe. Can the 3 strong continue? Ibby, look at this. Kadoosh! There's one. The car goes, moves in. The nade will happen. I'm scared. Done. Ibby will deny. And there we go. Entropic will fall out. 9th place for them. Great push from him. Great use from Util. And great use from that Panther.
But it's the fact that he used the nade to get the pants right, knowing that they would try to flee the shack. Like, it's just so smart. Other players wouldn't make that play. Ibby does, gets the extra points. If they win by 3 points, it's down to Ibby there. Now, you think about that fight where they took out Twisted Minds on Tego, and then you think about Ibby there now. These little margins, these little points, is what is just keeping them in the lead. Things will quiet down for a little bit now, though, Mark, until GG get inside the circle and get into bullet range of these other 2 teams.
13 kills. 13 kills. Gibson, that is insane from FaZe. Something feels different. Game number 5 of 6. The final 2 games, and FaZe leave it to make an explosive ending.
They were on 100 points, right? So
Yeah, just shy of, but yeah.
Yeah, they're getting very close to fighting for a top 4 spot here as well, which is ridiculous when you think about where they were going into today. Levante's going to make the crash. Here comes GG. Rox will find the first knock onto Iro with the double blue zone nade. As Dog will throw another nade up into the sky. Levante pushing towards Crossberg. Corpsebag is up in the sky, but Crossberg will fall now too, leaving it all down to Dog and Corpse. And FaZe, when do FaZe Clan start thinking about pushing this?
Don't know. I think when there's more smoke will bloom, Jim's going to hold the angle. Well, they've just picked up a kill. James is launching Util over the other side. Do they wait maybe for the kill feed to bloom a little bit more before they make a push? Maybe so.
Look at the 2. Look at the cross. Dog and Corpse are both in the bathroom holding a cross for GG. The question is, did GG have enough utility? Corpsberg or Corpsebag will step out just a little bit. James is trying to peek through the window. But look at Rox. Rox might be able to catch out an angle on... Uh-oh, Correxi's read it. Correxi knows.
It's because they're trying to hold an angle, right? I think GG are waiting for FaZe to push. Now comes the play. Because the kill confirm as the molly will go in. Dog's got to try now hold out. It's 4-3 versus a 1. FaZe hit. They run. I think they launch as much U2 as they can. Blue zone, I think it's not going to cause the damage. You kind of need one to go past, don't they? But zone gives them still another zone. But they won't have time to get that car out the door if it is the case.
Yeah, 3 members of GG using the other side of the building for cover. As smokes will be sent out once more. The center of the circle is just on the middle of the road. Just in the edge of the middle of the road. More so towards the sides of GG and Bullet Rain. 1 player left for Bullet Rain. 4v1v3. FaZe Clan, how much of their utility have they dumped already? Trying to clean out some of these players though.
Big ask. Here's a big ask, isn't it? I think they've killed enough people to restock every single time, though. 14 kills, top 3 position, but it rained down to a solo, praying, hoping, wishing that FaZe Clan versus GG. Levante gets a AWO. Is that enough now to stop? Is the additional gun enough to stop? Well, FaZe Clan take a body with that AWM and then put them back into the compound. Surely be better on BB here based upon position. As I said before, there's something magical about FaZe at the moment.
Level 3 vest and helmet will certainly help as well, as Dog is still in the bathroom. GG know that he's there. They don't really want to push it because if he gets a knock, that'll force FaZe Clan to play their hand. So in reality, we've got ourselves an old-fashioned standoff. Correxi picking up over the ridgeline, but once Phase 9 pops, you feel like FaZe will be the first of these teams to have to move, and they're not even waiting for that. They're starting to give a path now for Gustav to get across the road.
as well, worth noting, they're waiting for the smokes to bloom before making the run. Just trying to stop any sort of pre-opportunity. Levante's here now. They know he's here because they took the AWM shot from this location. So I think he's just waiting. There goes the flash. He hasn't got any heavy util, so try and get towards that tree. Pop. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, they used the shield and he stood on top of it. What a play from the boys from FaZe. G does go and call the damage from the other side. Levante's down, so it's 3 versus 3 versus 1, and they are breaching in towards the compound now.
FaZe on for a huge win if they can get this one, but GG still with 3 up have something to say about it. GG with tons of cover, but you can see the center of the zones just in front of this compound. The nade almost hitting Pater. Let's not rule out Dog as well. In the midst of all the madness, maybe the Dog will have his day. James moves up to the tree trunk. If Pin gets a little too aggressive, moves a little too far, James could capture him, but James is too focused on the other side. Never mind, James spots him. Pin takes a heavy rain of fire, but still GG hold their ground.
But FaZe have pushed themselves to the dot. They're in now prior spot to end. There's some hard cover. Gustav going to launch up against there, so he'll be happy. GG trying to use the card, the elevation. Dante again trying to make everything happen as they are now having to close their way in zone. Phase 9 underway. Util coming over the top, and how the hell? I think FaZe have got so much util because they've killed so many people.
Yeah, another nade rocks on the precipice of death, but still alive. But there's the blue zone forcing him forward. The vehicle flips and nearly takes down Dante, but Correxy will find rocks. This is still a big chance. James peeks. Pin having a look as well. Dog still alive, but that's a good molly from Gustav. Never mind, James gets the kill. FaZe Clan, winner, chicken dinner, 19 kills, 29 points. They move to 129. And they are in the race for 3rd, never mind 4th.
That's insane. Maybe that's where the hashtag came from, because we're seeing it. Hashtag FaZe Sundays. Slam that in chat. That was a great start. My big question now, can FaZe do it again? They needed a win. That was the first coming in for the grand finals, but that was an explosive ending for that one. We're going to take a quick break. It is the final game of the final day where we are going to crown ourselves our champions, though. Will FaZe go back-to-back? Black, well, explosive. Well, I'm going to take a break, and we'll see you guys in a second. Well, the penultimate game did not disappoint. FaZe Clan bagging a huge amounts of kills and a winner chicken dinner. It looked strong. We're going to go into the final game, but we have to break down that last game because there was two sides, two styles, and I want to start with VP. They obviously went for Yaz. We saw the little breakaway. Great move from Quizzy, early wrap down towards Heaven, and they continued that 2-2 split because they were not sure where the zone was going to end up.
Yeah, I originally really liked that split coming out from VP. You could tell they were kind of trying to figure out how they want to approach this game. Do they want to rather play it safe? Do they want to split it? How aggressive are the rest of the teams really going to be towards you if you're that far ahead? And then suddenly, out of nothing, BBD comes in, not only makes the breach happen, but also takes down 2 players. And I want to touch on that second nade by Phil first. What kind of nade was that? That has to be cooked to absolute perfection. And second of all, Quizzy, I didn't think he was known at that point. I think that was purely out of anticipation that someone's probably going to play that rich line. I couldn't see it any other way happening. I don't think he peaked up until this point. So massive stuff coming out from BB team. And at that point, I thought, man, Twisted Minds with the position they had, they're going to run away with it, but man, did this game turn out differently? And I mean, Diffex, talking about individual scenarios here as well, has to be the one that we got to highlight. He almost won, we thought, and I thought at this point it was going to happen as well, but with how he flicked between these windows and how his utility was absolutely on point, I thought there was no way Primal was going to come back from that big scare, but somehow they did as well.
Let's talk 4 PM Gibson. You know your team that you love watching. Aggressive push. Nice move from them actually to try and come in here, but they just came across FaZe in the end.
Yeah, they pushed I think 4 or 5 different fights in the early stages of that game. It didn't quite work for them. They ran into the FaZe train. Like FaZe just casually were pulling up, cleaning up a fight, driving away. Pulling up, cleaning up a fight, driving away. That's a FaZe Sunday, but onto VP though, Falix. Like Ibby got so much value there too.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about FaZe Clan's rotation this game all day long. I'm going to get to that as well. But Ibby with that individual play, absolutely massive. 4 points might not seem like much. We're getting to the last stretch of this tournament. 4 points means everything. We've only had an 8-point difference now on the overall leaderboard right now between them and Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds not having a good game. And them losing players early as well. That's all they needed. They needed an individual play like this. This is what you need in PUBG esports. If everything else gets taken away from you, then it all comes down to individual strength. And Ibby, they're playing it to absolute perfection. Panzerfaust, Nate, everything timed to perfection. So I got to highlight Ibby once again. But FaZe Clan, come back to them. I haven't really touched on their rotations. Smart from start to finish. And that was a game that they've earned more than anything. This is the game that I've been waiting for. This is classic FaZe Clan. Really tough circles, but they make it work. Rotation coming out of Mansion, making sure they backfill Twisted Minds that rotated off. And then from that point onwards, they figured out which kind of fights they could isolate. They even wrapped around towards the far eastern side to find everyone up there without being third-partied. And at that point, they had 2 or 3 players knocked at one specific point in time. With Fex going down, I think, from Ibby, they had 3 players knocked at that instance. And they still managed to bring every single one back because they managed to actually loot some of these bodies of the players up there, managed to always have smokes in their inventory, managed to also keep their utility in place for their last fight as well. And this is something that also, not every team gets done correctly as much as FaZe Clan does. Utility is always something that FaZe Clan has absolutely perfectly timed in each and every single scenario. So I gotta highlight that from FaZe once again. I think without that perfect rotation obviously and perfect utility play, they would not have won that round with the 19 frags they've got it. And yeah, as Gibson said as well, literally starting from west, ending to east, back to center. I mean, they literally roamed around every single edge. And I mean, it's FaZe Sunday, as you said, so we were expecting a big round. A big round like that, though, maybe not so much.
FaZe Sunday. Right, I can ask with Gibson. Where's the U2 coming from? But you've got to think how many kills, how many teams they were just pushing and just claiming. They just restocked every single fight, and every fight was really, really quick. I do want to go back and actually touch on that Ibby push, because he was down numbers and he was making a big push. And hopefully production can get that replay ready, because it was really difficult. His open play, now he uses the car to his advantage here. Launch forward, catches the player, and then the blowback from that nade was huge. Look, if it was me in the shack, I wouldn't be doing anything else but trying to cower away in the corner as well. He didn't even shoot. It was just like, yeah, I'm done, mate. You've got me.
Yeah, massive play coming out from Bees. I said it, they needed an individual play like this to solidify that position, and Ibby knew that as well. And that's also imagine imagine him going into this, right? He couldn't. Yes, he could have known that there was that many players, but he couldn't have known that he needed this individual play as much as, or that this individual play was going to be given to him in the way that it has presented. So him bringing that Panzerfaust with him and kind of being prepared also with that nade, in my opinion, really makes that whole play perfect, because he anticipated it to absolute perfection. And as I said, I mean, I've used this word 5 times now. It was perfectly played. There's no other way around this. Ibiza may have just, I said solidified, but he may have decided. And Twisted Minds, and when you meet these, I think at that point becomes a dangerous duel, even for FaZe Clan with the performance that we've just seen.
Well, it's time, Felix, thank you very much. Get your notepad ready. It's the final game of the finals now, the final day. It's a wrangle, 16 points. That's the magic number we need. Match 6, Gibson, is underway. Southeast up towards the northwest. You couldn't get any better if you wanted the flight path. Will 16 points be enough to hold off Twisted Minds? Will we crown ourselves, Twisted Minds, as yet again another champion of an event? We'll have to wait and see. I'd love to know what the community think. Get their predictions in chat as quickly as you can. If you think, though, the team for this final game is going to be Twisted Minds, you need to put TWIS, twist, in towards chat to be in a chance. But this is the last time, the last chance to get 1,500 G coins.
All VP gotta do is stay alive as long as you possibly can, and it might be just out of reach. I was so excited for a hot drop. I thought we would get one, but the flight path means that it's just so far to go. But if you track the two teams, they're both going the exact same way now. I want to know how aggressive Twisted Minds. They're not hot drop, but look, Batu and Perfectix, they've already pushed on down. But inside J compound is every member of VP. This could be a VP hot drop and Twisted Minds.
I don't know. They're going for the car's on the other side. Oh, are they just landing here because of the extension? Yeah, no, they've got it. They've got it. If they get a knock, maybe. I think they're going to look for the vehicles. They're taking some shots now. Lou is working his way back. Zone goes back towards that east side. I think for me, VP, get in the car, go, find yourself that prior position again.
Mark, I've just realised. This is the last map. It's nearly all over.
I know, mate. It's gone quick. Final's gone really quick.
Boo.
Really quick.
Give us another weekend.
One more weekend, one more shot. We've
Yeah.
got EWC next, mate. Then we've got PNC. We've got loads going on. As we do work our way in towards the second half. And look at that, working our way in is VP. In the car, off they go. How far? Nobody knows.
Speaking of EWC, expect to see a lot of Falcons in some of the scrims over the next week, because they've already moved towards Riyadh. They're in the Riyadh already. They're boot camping at the Falcons headquarters. You'll see a lot of them in EU scrims.
Good to see. The final practice will commence, though, for these teams. And don't forget, obviously, if you haven't seen already, it is on the Super format. It's not on the Smash. They are doing exactly the same format that we're doing here. So, hey, the teams that are here that are going towards EWC, hey, get some more practice in.
Uh-oh. Poor Hockey. Poor
Right.
Oh, Gustav's still there. Hockey's
Run.
running around. He's got
He's
the
got a
bolt in
bolt
his
in.
hands.
Run.
Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the hockey man.
He's going to be caught. He needs to try and get Right, quick, no. Gustav, go back the other way. He's dubbing you, mate. He's yes, you got it. Run, Moses. Quick, someone's going to come. Can he get it back in? No, he can't, Gustav, though. I love that he nearly run the same way round. I love that he nearly run the same way. I went, I'm not doing that again. I guarantee I'm being watched on the stream, and people might be laughing if I continue to chase Hawkeye down.
We needed the Benny Hill music there, though. To heard. By the way, the zone shifted, and that's actually done VP a lot of favors again.
It's their neck of the woods, right? Do they play across towards heaven? I think Twisted Minds be looking at. Lou's already moving his way over. Talk about rotations. Well, the rotation from Entropic towards FaZe Clan are looking there, but you've got to be worrying if you're one of these other teams and you see FaZe Clan already in the kill feed. You're like, uh-oh, is it happening again?
That is the question. So, FaZe Clan. Uh-oh. Come on. There you go. Nailed it. FaZe Clan, remember, they're hunting down third spot. They're about 13 points off. Sorry, they're 10 points off 13th, 23 points off second. So they're not a lot of kills and points away from being right in the mix, and they're getting hot at the wrong time. Say if FaZe Clan had have got into this type of form even around map 4 yesterday, map 5 yesterday, from the way they've performed today, they'd be right in contention for winning this whole event as well.
That's the key. I will feel for observers because they will be watching multiple stories that are going to unfold. The Twisted Minds VP, I think we're going to have observers pinned onto them at most times. And then we've got the FaZe Clan, the gaming gladiators. Can FaZe Clan overtake them? It's fully possible. Could FaZe Clan even get towards the Twisted Minds? Potentially, but there are other factors to play. VP, well, they moved themselves to a normal drop spot now. Lucrox does hold heavens. If you are watching the map feed, if you haven't got it up, it's your last chance. Exclamation mark map in chat, and it will be definitely one to be watching. So even if you've got the mobile, you haven't got the second monitor, just get your mobile up, get the map stream on your mobile.
I'm a big fan of having both. Like, I don't watch events anymore without it open because you learn so much about teams, and you know, you start to understand how teams play games out. It can help you in your normal stacks with your ranked, so definitely worthwhile keeping it up if you have the second screen of course. If you only have one screen, keep Mark and I on. You'll love it. You get to listen to our accents for at least 26 more minutes. And then you get to listen to Falix, who actually talks some sense.
Yes, he makes sense of the ramblings that we unfold. But it's only because we get to see and watch in the eyes of the players. And sometimes it's been chaotic, let alone a game 6, let alone a game technically number 18. The Knights, well, looking back towards FaZe, Win or Die making the push for PM, who've not been able to get into the money. Might find that Win or Die goes right over, doesn't stop, slows down and gives Beanie a free kill. There's one on the board for them. They're chasing down to get in the money. They're currently in 9th place, but Win or Die are in 8th. There's a few points in between them. So, again, they need a big game. They need a big bang on the end.
And Win or Die is the team they just took the kill off of as well by picking up that point. So it's going to help. 72 kills for 4 pushman, but only 24 placement points, and they got a chicken dinner. So you take the winner of it, Mark, they only got 14 placement points in the other maps.
Yep, it's crazy, isn't it? And you got to remember they played as a 3, so give them that. Wesley teams now are going to be working their way in. Lou trying to keep quiet though. Slow W, rolling by. They do roll by. Brooks is there. He's going to be waiting for. I think he's seen him. He's seen him. He's seen him. Oh, he hasn't seen him. Does he go back in the car? The scout's going forward. Lou, if he hates the shots, means the game's on.
There we go. One more. He got it.
It took more M16 as well.
Yeah, it took more bullets because it was the M16, but he got it. Now Schengen might be tempted to go for the res, and but Batu will spot him out this time, tags him twice, but the MK isn't going to do the damage that he needs. Maybe he'll get another try, one more chance. Twisted Minds, they've reduced the point gap by 1. That was 16 points. Now it's down to 15. If he hits this, it'll be nuts, but I think he's just too far away.
Hopes and dreams. Betoning's looking to try and push. Well, at least they've pushed Low W a little bit further afield now. Project Extreme going to take the E pick up over the top. Na'Vi doing Na'Vi things as they have taken a huge amount of zone control. Gaining that information, that 1v1 split that we see them do, is very much in that sort of south to southeast corner. A few shots coming out from Sosa just to go, hey, don't hold on me. I'm only here by my Todd.
He's all alone. There's nobody there beside him. For the moment, anyway. A little bit later on, Navi will try or consolidate their position. Little drop there from Bullet Rain as they get everybody down around shelter. No vehicles, though, which could be a problem later on. But I suppose the one benefit is look at how central they are as things stand.
Do you know what really worries me, Gibson?
What worries you, Mark?
It is 16 teams, and we've not lost anyone, and we're moving into phase 2.
Mm-hmm.
So game 6 tactics is going to be really interesting to see what happens, because it could be explosive.
It will, what do you mean could be? It will be.
Oh, it's going to be, yeah,
What?
very true. Very, very true.
No worries me. I've lost my map feed. I don't know what's going on.
Because we picked it up. The production team's like, you shall not see it anymore. He's gone. Gaming Gladiator as well. That means Jogsy is going to be not seen anymore. That's his final game. He's had a good showing as well. That's a primal for me. They came in swinging from the group stages, but unable to get that performance that was needed when it came down to the grand finals. But a team yet again consistently trying to get themselves up to the final. Oh, but Novi says pin, deny. You go down. Now you guys be on the back foot, and we might see Primal moving their way forward.
Yeah, GG, remember looking to lock in at the bare minimum 3rd spot as they hunt down Primal on this final map of the day. VP picking up a point, which is, oh my god, VP are getting a couple, but what a shot by Levante. That's what I really wanted to speak about. Noah is caught this time around. Levante turning his attention now towards Daz, but here comes Scav on the drive-by attempt as well. Scav, what? Oh,
no
Daz!
way! That's his name, that is his own player!
He blocked it!
Oh my god. It was like, you shall not pass, but actually, Daz with the overarm throw was not going to be strong enough. It fell short right into the arms of Scav, and he will fall down. That's so unfortunate.
Did it fall short, Mark, or did it hit the vehicle?
I don't know, but I can tell you someone that might know a little bit more, and that's going to be Felix.
I'm not so sure if you were talking about the name that fight just now, but I quickly want to touch on VP, if that's what you guys were trying to transition over. VP literally just gate-kept BL in that very first phase. And look, I was about to come in and tell you guys that I think the difference now in terms of playing styles from VP and Twisted Minds going into this very last round is going to be that VP plays it super passive. They will be going for incredibly centralized positions, and they probably won't even do splits. And Twisted Minds will probably just play their usual game. Maybe if they can find some isolated fights, even in the early stages, like we saw against LW, they will take these. But VP, surprising me, and I think plenty of other teams as well, going for that rotation path north of Yasnaya, probably knowing that BL is going to do this. And this is a smart play, because if you're VP, right, you have never done this. No one else is going to expect this, especially not coming out from you. And I'm going to, I think, be quiet now. So I feel like Twisted Minds might be in a little bit of trouble here as well.
Twisted Minds could be in a spot of bother because Global Army finds loot. Perfectix should fall next as Baron picks him up. Now Baron's going to catch Example. Example's out in the open. He falls. Batu, the last player standing. Reload comes in, but Batu should now fall. And VP, they're going to be your champions.
Oh, I think we can crown our champions now. VP on the outside. 4 PM, we're holding them out if you've got the map stream as well. That's going to be insane, but they pulled into a spot of bother, and the Knights of Excalibur lay waste to Twisted Minds. No comeback story here. It looks like we might be crowning ourselves VP as the champion. Let's see if they can deal with the likes. 4 PM coming their way in. They did pick up Vox, looking now for beaming. The drive cars going there. Would have been reading the kill feeds. They're going to know they might change their game style now. 3 kills under the belt, but no one else challenging.
You know what the fun thing is? In the break, you, me, and Falix were talking about the mindset of Twisted Minds and about how they're only going to be looking forward. All of a sudden, they will be looking back that they're out because GG and FaZe Clan are both technically within striking distance. One big game from either of those two sides, and you can see Twisted Minds drop out of the top 2. And look at FaZe Clan, they're wasting no time whatsoever. They are pushing Shift W. James confirming kills on the Project X. Fine, the last player alive is fine. Sticking a res.
Yeah, do it. Why not?
Uh-oh. No, the nade bounced the wrong side of the door.
It's going on the other side. It's going on the other side. So they're good. And VP, we'll say 4 PM, and unfortunately though for FaZe, well, I say fortunate for FaZe, unfortunate for Project Extreme, they've gone out in 13th place.
VP got 4 more kills. Just why not? They're doing what FaZe did last time. They're just pulling up on teams and wiping them out.
Yep. I think it's going to be a close eye BB put themselves in a good position. I know they've not got to the end zone as much as we'd expect them and love them to be, because this team is a great team. But the mechanical breakdown of zones, moving in, controlling areas, it looks good from BB. They just need to tighten up and get that final step. Maybe get that little bit of aggression that we're used to seeing.
Let's look at this again. This was the end of Twisted Minds. Knights pulling up. They're just caught in the open. They were in the open. There was nothing that Twisted Minds could do here. And remember what I said earlier, Mark, about how Twisted Minds don't usually make mistakes. They got caught. They really got caught in the jaws of the shark there.
This is huge. And literally, the shark, the Knights lay to waste, mate. They dropped the hammer. Might be known as Excalibur's cord this time, but the sword dropped, and unfortunately they parked up in the wrong place, right in the middle of the Knights. Very, very punishing.
Now LulW rotating towards FaZe Clan inside a farm. This could be a dangerous situation. Shots from Na'Vi might just force LulW even closer inside a farm, but FaZe Clan, they are hunting down Twisted Minds. GG hunting down Twisted Minds. And honestly, you look at the positioning of the two teams. GG, they're up on the northwest. Down towards the center is where FaZe Clan are playing. FaZe, center of the circle, but VP making their move in from the north now as well. This is kind of their victory lap at this point.
Gaming Gladiators, can they catch them? I think they need a big game. I think there's a big enough gap. If they get, maybe they get a win, but they're gonna need to do a FaZe, aren't they? Realistically, and with FaZe popping off in chat, I know it's only 13 points, but they're gonna need a win here.
If any team can go back to back on a Sunday, it's FaZe Clan. Let's be real about it. Quizzy gets himself a knock on the dog as VP now moved to 7, potentially 8 kills. Yeah, there's 8 right on the money. As they're just... This is a level of aggression from VP. Like, maybe it is because they know that they were in a situation where they could see it out. But I've not seen this amount of aggression from these 4 in a long time, and I'm here for it.
PGS3. Okay. PGS4. Better. Coming off the back of that, Protality. Outstanding. We're getting ready for EWC. Like, is this team on a trajectory upward like the Twisted Minds? I think so. They're a team that you need to be backing and watching. Insane what VP are doing at the moment. I think, as Gibson said earlier, they've got the balance. They've got the aggressive stance to fraggers, but they've got the depth of knowledge that comes from an IGL like Ibby. He's huge, underrated, underestimated, and if you do that, you're going to be punished by this team.
Yeah, I think he's one of those players where when everything's going wrong, people like to say, oh, it's Ibby's fault, but that guy knows this game inside and out. And, you know, we saw them without Ibby yesterday and they still performed pretty well, but either way, Ibby, Michael, players like that, I think Ibby... Could I dare say that I still think Ibby is underrated by some people criminally?
Yeah, you drop the ball on him and they're going to punish. He's got the reps, he's got the game skills, he's given the plan to the boys, and the plan has been executed, even with a sub. It's difficult with sub. I know Michael's a big hitter, right? But sometimes having a sub in there unsettles the balance of a team, but it wasn't going to be the case. Let's continue to watch forward, though, as we're not the champions of the Protality EMEA Tour. Or number 1, should we say, the first round that kicked off beginning of the year. They're now rotating their way in. Might be going all the way now towards FaZe in the farm. They might try and stop short. If they stop short, that's going to be punishing in a bit.
Yeah, good. Just enough pressure put on from Fex that will slow down Win or Die. They'll play the 2 rocks. They did get another knock on the LulW after getting a flush, but they're not going to push out. Oh, Corpse Bag catches out Nixie, turns his attention to Luca, but I think the Quizzy will be able to get that res onto Nixie. And oh, look, Ibby, there's the nade. That's a great nade. Iro was going to fall. Corpse Bag, the last Bullet Rain member, standing, trying to do damage onto them, but this is excellent once more.
Feels like a bit of a victory lap now. Gibson, I think they know. I think they're just running around having some fun, but it's going to be at the expense of other teams. Oh, great shots come back, though, from Corpse back. It's not going to be enough, though, as he's gone down to 1. He has to get a med on quickly. The zone is now collapsing its way in. Back towards the other side, GG, a team which we're going to be keeping an eye on very closely. They're now going to try and take on the Knights, but we know the Knights have put down Twisted Minds. They put an end to their road. Can they put an end towards GG? If they do we see FaZe now activate slightly more? I think it's worth bringing in the master man, the master plan. Felix, what do you see?
Well, I see VP just roaming around, grabbing everyone by their hair and pulling them back, and seems to work out perfectly. Now, you were talking about FaZe Clan specifically, but I also want to touch on GG, and I'm surprised they don't activate more on what's right in front of them, because I think GG has got a way better spot, and I don't even think it might even be mathematically impossible at this point with how many frags VP has gotten for FaZe Clan to even reach them, but GG is in that boat. Realistically, if they maybe get a 15-20 kill dinner, maybe they could make it work, but they would need to act now against VP, and VP up to this point has been caught up in fights with the northern side. Now tracking to kill feed might be possible for GG, but as I say it, well, whenever I name someone, apparently they get into fights and goes like that. Well, I guess GG is out just like that. Knights and VP have third party that together, and GG just couldn't find a place anymore, and I think that's it, done and dusted. I think at this point, I don't think it's going to be possible for anyone to catch VP.
There's no chance. Like 170 something points they're on now. It would have taken nearly 40 points. So I don't think they're going to catch them, but it is the hunt. But I think the hunt for second is definitely on, Mark.
Yeah, stop teasing people, folks. I know exactly what you've done there. Teasing people. The Knights held the realm in the corner. They'll be all right. It's a huge gap, but it's that situation we might be looking for here. BBT now on the pull up. Now they're going to try and see what they can do with the Knights. Phil first gets 1. Let's see what move will try and happen. Future coming in from the bowl down the bottom. Is the guy who were there. Besto wrapped all the way around. He will get the confirm onto Baron. The blue zone is double stacked up. Only 1 able to touch on the outside. BB team. Oh my God. Maybe can anyone take away? Can anyone? Maybe the champions at the moment can deny.
VP are flooding in. VP, they want more points. Why not? They're going for the most dominant game we have seen from anybody so far this weekend. I have not seen, I genuinely, I've not seen this aggression. They're going to get the pieces. This global army will peek up over the ridgeline. Little jump shot attempt here. Another jump shot gets the kill. 10 kills for Knights, by the way, but they have VP flooding this way. As are Win or Die, as are Brain Lag.
They have to put the shields up as well. Brain Lag, Win or Die, and VP all working their way in. Nixie's holding the other side. It's only 3 down for VP are arriving now, but they will be waiting for this to kick off. Then they will now activate. Quizzy on the wide wrap now. He's going to look 12 kills for VP. Felix, hell no. VP, they are going to be crowned. There is no catching them. Yes, they might have been a bit passive at the beginning. The moment their Twisted Minds fell, they activated, and they are going for this victory lap of honor.
That zone shift works for VP here as well. It's even more playing into their favor. It's nuts the way it's working. Lol W will get wiped by Na'Vi as we're inside the top 8 now. The only problem for VP is just kills they're not going to get. The way they're playing now, they feel that they can take on every single team 1 by 1 by 1. Hell, they feel that they can take them on 1 by 2.
I'll take it.
Yeah, there's one. Why not?
Stack up these blue zone nades now. I think they're just waiting to double check that. I love that Quizzy going back towards the outside edge of blue. We saw this the other day from Quizzy on Miramar. They won't drop the ball on a wrap that might come round on the outside. Luke Rux, they're waiting for the drop out on the other side. Win or Die second guessing whether they're going to try and push VP now themselves. Maybe the number 1 champions, season 1 versus season 2. But not going to happen. Win or Die, they're going to back away. And they've got a great line of sight now, and I think they know exactly where the final players are. Go spray in. There goes the nade. 1, 2, 3.
16 kills.
Points. 16 is outstanding.
And here come Win or Die. Nixie's been holding the fort from the other side. He's going to capture Win or Die as they rotate all the way around. He's going to try to pre-line up a nade here. Let's see what your nade is like. Presente pulls on up. There's the nade. Peek from Nixie. Nixie's going to miss the first chance. Oh, Presente doesn't miss at the second time of asking. Extends is there. Nixie does it. 18 for VP. What?
Well, there's 4 teams remain. There is a 1 in 4 chance if you get this one right. Put the name of the team you want to win in chat. Be a chance to win 1,500 G coins. The last time I am going to say I promise, because if I was you, VP, VP, VP. Get VP in chat. Get your name in the bucket because there seems to be unstoppable. 4 teams remain. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 3. Great to see FaZe Clan Store up here. Store fighting for it. Can they take a head? Can they claim Gaming Gladiator down one more spot? We'll have to wait and see. I think it's all eyes on VP though.
2-2 split on either side of the north. Complete control. No worry whatsoever. If one of the players gets knocked, they can res them. They don't need to do any more than they have done, but they still will. They are unstoppable here on this final map. Na'Vi, they're focusing their way inside the circle. They've got FaZe Clan just ahead. Let's see if Hakatori can blow someone's skull into a million pieces with that arm. Only 5 rounds left though to work with, but the problem is the blue zone. Like, where did Na'Vi rotate from here? Uh-oh, company man takes down Ibby.
This one that can take big brain versus big brain. Coach versus IGL. Company man will put a punishment. Well, they should be able to get their res on if they want to move their way back. They're just going to double check though if he's on the other side. Maybe he's just going to tab himself out and say, boys, you've got this.
Oh, this is nuts. There's Hakatori getting the initial knock. Gustav will pull one back. Gustav gets a second one. So settle step out. Gustav does it by himself. Down go Na'Vi to 4v3v3. But Ibby, as you said, is going to bleed out. He's not going to get res, so it'll be a 3v3v3 for the win in the final game. Can FaZe Clan move up on the leaderboard though?
Nixie! Goated! Hashtag just better. 1 has the little bunny hop, has a little look over the top, sees a second, the spray comes through. Easy peasy. Nixie picks up another 2.
This is right. FaZe of 8 kills, by the way. So remember, for everybody at home, FaZe Clan, they were 10 points behind GG. They were about, was it 23 points behind Twisted Minds? So if they get every single kill and win, they'll take second spot. But the way VP are playing and with the high ground VP hold, it was also, have you just seen Quizzy and Nixie have just gone to where Ibby died? They had done that a little earlier, they would have got that res.
Ibby's like, lads, you've got this. You've got this. I'm making the calls now. They're like, yes, drill sergeant, we're going to take the win, but we want to do it with a free victory lap. Is going to be the case. Now, they got the high ground. We already spoke about positioning that they've got. It's great to see that they are store control, but can they deal the damage with Entropic? Luke though, going to play the Pixel Peak against Janny. Outstanding player as well. Love Janny, great player from Entropic. But it's a 3 versus 3 versus 3. And yet again, powerhouse names at the end.
Zone shifts, does Entropic, the world of good with the 3 players up inside the compound. FaZe are inside the zone as well, but Quizzy's got himself a little dip, a little gully, a little crevice he can play for now that the rest of VP might begin pushing towards. If Lucarux tries to move towards Dedrick's, problems will rise. Yeah, here's that Gustav play, by the way. There's 1, there's 2, there's the 3rd over in the distance. Let's see, hit the deck, go prone, easy as you like. Na'Vi dealt with.
Come on, chat, what was better, Nixie or Gustav there? Let us know which of the replays you preferred. That was a difficult call. Another Gustav though put the 1-2 and then went straight to the deck, full control. He knew he was exposed as well. But yeah, look, if you haven't already, get the winner in chat. You've only got 3 teams to pick for, either a VP, an EIQ, or a FaZe, F-A-Z-E. Into chat, let us know who you think is going to win this round. Based upon the zone, the placement, maybe the attitudes of the team, or who's pushing around. Or maybe you're just going to go Luke Rux has got a P90 and hey, that's going to cause the win. You let us know in chat.
P90 does change things, but let's not forget the MK is in the hands of FaZe Clan here as well. Entropic, they don't need to move. Like, this is the thing. Their compound is nice, but the problem, I think, for them is when they need to leave that compound, right, Mark? You leave that compound, there's not a lot of cover. You go to the back side of this building, VP are waiting for you. You go out the front door, FaZe Clan are already holding it.
Well, it's painful. Doesn't matter which way you go. Interestingly, it's fully slowed down, even for a game 18. Game 6 of 6, day number 3. It has been an outstanding 18 games, though. I've been really impressed with the level, and I suppose no surprise, really, Gibson, that it is the top 16 teams. And at least if it calms down slightly, it gives our observers the opportunity to do some cinematic views before we start putting the triggers for one last time.
all the action in the early game leads to this really slow late game. Luca just spots out Vex. Vex sees him too, though. Luca will just sprint and crouch back. Good thing he had a level 3 helmet and vest. That took a lot of that damage away from the shots from FaZe Clan. But good thing for VP is they know exactly where both the teams are.
It is going to be the information gained. They've got the zone. Phase number 7. How far shift does it go? Where does Entropic eventually lie? I think it will just don't us up, really. I think these guys are going to hold where they are. Look how much util Quizzy's got as well. He's got so much at the end. There goes the shift. Actually holds on to Entropic. Arguably, it's quite difficult now for FaZe. Where do they play? How far round? Do they go round towards the west? VP are going to be able to punish. Maybe feed them. If they try and play in, maybe to the hard cover. Maybe go for a crash on Entropic. Maybe try and dig out some final kills. Arguably, VP does not need to move.
How's that parking?
I'll take it. Sometimes better parking than from where I'm from.
I was going to say, you're in London. You'll park anywhere. Well, near London. You'll park wherever you can get. Quizzy will trade some damage with Gustav. 18 kills, though, for VP. They came into this game knowing all they had to do was outscore Twisted Minds, and boy, oh boy, have they done that so far. They've got 18 kills. They're guaranteed at the bare minimum an extra 5 placement points to go with it, but they want the 10. They want the 10, and plus they want these extra 6 kills as well.
Well, it means more to FaZe. Out of all the 3 teams now, if FaZe Clan is the one that will capitalize the most from taking a win. Doesn't mean they go back to back. It does mean it'd be hashtag FaZe Sunday. Maybe not all the way to the victory, but at least from a point of, I suppose, lower down the table, should we say? They put themselves in a real striving seat at the end to bag themselves some money and bag themselves, I suppose, a good ending, a clawback victory, should we say, from FaZe.
You can see that Luca's still getting health back after that one. Quizzy's helmet's not in the best place now, but he's going to continue smoking off FaZe Clan so they can't get an angle. Gustav will need to move, though, with the blue at his back. Entropic still locked in on this compound, but FaZe are taking the fight to VP. Nixie's the first one to land some damage, but there's a nice trade back from Vex, and the nade will be prepped, but sprinting up into the smoke with a P90. Lucarux with a nade. Quizzy will fall, but it's a 2 versus 2 between these two sides. The smoke is there. Quizzy will try to crawl back for the res, but a nade right at the feet of Vex will tag him for a little bit of damage. More utility being dumped. Luca's in trouble, but he's not going to fall yet. Nixie's going to peek. Nixie gets one, but he's traded instantly by Gustav. It's a 1v1. Entropic third party. FaZe Clan eliminated. It's Lucarux going for it, but Entropic take the final chicken dinner. 4 kills, 14 points. Yeah, VP got more points than you did, and they just got
that push, but be prepared from both sides. I mean, there was no way in hell Twisted Minds was ever gonna cross that. Even if they didn't want to play for that shack, just rotating through would not have been possible. They were perfectly positioned to counter that rotation from Twisted Minds. And as I said, that's due to the fact that Twisted Minds wants to have these risky rotation now going into the later stages of the game, knowing that position is going to be more valuable now, but harder to get.
It is very hard to get, and I feel like I just want to give VP a bit of love, because some of the early plays, some of the rotations, like this one we saw here in this game, was key. and key to success, because they couldn't allow Twisted Minds to catch up. They had to put a good show on. They couldn't go passive at any given time, could they? And then was it back-to-back second place though for them? You can't argue.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but to some degree also no. It's always been the case with, I guess, Twisted Minds for some time now. You know, how consistent can they really get in terms of closing out tournaments? And so far, yes, that streak has been broken, but is that really something to overanalyze? I'm not so sure. I think it's just the nature of it, and also more so than giving credit to Twisted Minds for being so consistent, and obviously having a chance on this tournament as well. I got to give credit to VP. I think it's not been a fact of Twisted Minds not necessarily performing as much as we expected them to. I think they have performed. They have shown up. It's more that Twisted Virtus Pro has overperformed. I think in massive ways. Winning 3 dinners in a day is something, as we said before, hasn't really happened up until this point, and doing that with a sub as well. I mean, Nibi obviously, unfortunately, had a planned out vacation there in terms of his family dinner, and still, they played the exact same way. They fragged the exact same way. So I think them overperforming has been more of a fact on why they won this tournament instead of Twisted Minds.
It was a good day though, wasn't it, from VP Gibson? They refused to go down. We had some great zones, and actually, what really interesting, we saw some teams that haven't backed themselves when they win a chicken dinners, like the likes of 4 PM. They played well, and it was good to see them actually crowned at least one round underneath their belt.
Yeah, look, 4 PM, a mixed team coming in, performing really well, performing better than some of the lot more experienced teams in this whole event is always good to see, and it'll give those players a lot of confidence. Might be food for thought as well. You know, Beamy's going to be someone teams are always going to want inside of the EU region. Seifu as well. These, with PC qualifiers coming up, and if you're one of the teams that didn't get one of the spots here, and you weren't playing today, maybe, just maybe you start thinking about sending a message to some of these guys to pick them up for your team. All in all, I'm impressed by every single team that made it here. Everyone earned the right to play. But in the end, that's the VP that I want to see. Twisted Minds, not very often you see them going into a day in second and not coming out on top.
It's difficult. It is difficult. And it was a good game. Just this map again, Twisted Minds repositioning, looking for the end zone, really good. We saw a little bit of maybe, I want to say, some kinks in the armor. Alex, but definitely decision making from a zone maybe we haven't seen a lot from, but they did find themselves in a secondary place again. They were still clawing back. No matter what happened, Twisted Minds, give or take, are always there. But they just left it a little bit too late to close the gap, though, with VP.
Yeah, and I got to retract my statement to some degree. I said VP was overperforming, but I said it in the midst of... No. I said it in the midst of the tournament as well, and even after group stage. Man, I don't think they're overperforming. I think they're now hitting their prime, and if they keep playing like this, we will have that performance consistently. I don't see a way in which they... Obviously, they can drop off of that performance, but the way they play, the game style, the team itself, they seem to be very well structured inside of the game as well, and outside of the game more so even, to some degree. They seem to understand each other really well. There's no indication of them ever having any, internal struggles, and so you can see why that is. You have consistent progress. The placements are getting better, not only in this tournament, but international tournaments as well. We just saw them have a good placement, obviously, in the rotation, and all this coming together now, I think is going to elevate them even further. So I think there is a point to be made that maybe this is not the first time we will see VP at the very top now for this year. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I said overperforming, but maybe that's just the stand-up VP that we have. Look at the duality of things. I've also touched on this topic. That very last round, I think, is a perfect example of this. They can play centralized, but they don't need to. This is not a case of circle luck. And they are pushing their luck, and I'm saying that, obviously, it is easier to play centralized to some degree, especially with the meta right now, with so many teams playing Edge. They have a little bit of an advantage in that regard, but they don't need to. Look at this game. They can isolate every single one and still come out on top, and that's the strength of that lineup. The duality of things, they can adapt and play any given circle how they want to, and that's something that maybe just a tiny advantage when it comes to Twisted Minds, because Twisted Minds have their set game style and they very rarely change that up. Maybe that is the one thing that a team needed to come out on top of Twisted Minds consistently.
I want to add to your point. I want to add there is a level of confidence that you are going to breathe after this, because Twisted Minds recently been sitting on the top spot all the time. You coming in the second place, kind of the shadow of Twisted Minds. When VP bagged themselves a strong win like they've done here, going into the next tournament, you're going to have that level of confidence. We know they've got the gun skills. Look at the gun skills from Nixie. There's one.
Wow.
Repeats her, sees the head, sees him making the run, deletes the last
Completely
player,
absurd.
though. Insane. Got to think mindset with this one as well. For me, the guys are going to take away not just a victory, not just a lion's share of the prize pool, but the ability that they know their game style can beat Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and that's the I think that's the macro game, the big picture that we have to talk about after this tournament, right? Is there finally going to be someone that maybe can keep up consistently with Twisted Minds? I know it's way too early and it's a big stretch, but from what we're seeing right now, from what I'm seeing right now in terms of macro game, I think BP has already reached that level in terms of macro game. They just need more chances. FaZe Clan, obviously, got to talk about FaZe Clan as well. They've come back massively. Same goes for Na'Vi, but at the moment in this tournament, also in the rotation, second part of this year so far, has not been as consistent as these two teams. So I think a little bit of a change is going to be needed, but then again, these teams always come back. We saw Gustav with a massive performance as well.
playing in EWC in a couple of weeks' time. So the confidence is up there. The boys are just insane. So there's nothing more.
Got a question for you as well, Scum. First of all, congratulations on that tournament win.
Thank you.
I saw your recent podcast episode with Kovo, and I quickly want to touch on a few things, maybe because, especially for the viewer, it's really hard to kind of get a grasp on what your job really is. Was there any specifics you told your guys going into day 3, or anything that you necessarily work on with that team as well to get them into the state that they are right now? Because in my opinion, I've said this on a podcast a million times, these guys might be the next contender for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, the boys know how to play the game, and there's not much for me to really say. I mean, at the end, we know that we were only fighting against Twist because of the points, so it's like the main focus is them. If we see them in the kill feed, we kind of like want to block them and do stuff to like, we're basically 4v4ing them. We're not really focusing the rest of the lobby, and we did that a few times, right? In Tego, we kind of pushed them, wiped them, and met them a few times and kind of blocked their game. And apart from that, actually, funny enough, I did mention before day 3, I mentioned that the utility usage was not the greatest, and then they kind of popped off with utility today, so they kind of listened to me again, so that's good, yeah.
Always good when they listen to the coach, especially if it's you, Scum, with your experience. One more question. That last match, you guys knew that maybe a couple of more points would probably be enough, and I could tell you guys were trying something different than phase 1 that we haven't really seen from you guys. Was that something you pre-planned going into this? Was that a spontaneous decision? Did you know that you were going to end up with this? Because we unfortunately didn't quite catch that on the map stream, but I think you guys gate-capped BL down the top right corner, just above Yas.
Yeah, it's a common rotation path for teams to go on the Northern Yasnaya, and because of the plane path, we knew that we would have Heaven for free, kind of, so it's like we would have set our place there, but instead of setting up, we knew we could just come in late, so it's like, since we just need a few kills to be in front of Twist, at least like almost secured, it was like, okay, let's just try to get a rotation, get some kills, and then just play our game, right? We got some kills, and then it was more kills, and then it was more kills, and then it was more kills, and I was like, okay, yeah, just have fun, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, so first off, Scoob, nice to be. I don't think I've ever had the chance to speak to you before, but I have 2 quick questions for you. The first one, I'll make this the first question the serious one. So, about 2.5 years ago, Ibby left Team Liquid. You know, that whole thing happened, and I had a long conversation with him, and he said that he rediscovered the fun side of playing PUBG when he was playing with the Wu. He was talking about the fact that, you know, he didn't have the pressure of playing under Team Liquid anymore. You know, he was just having fun, playing with friends at that point, that little team. How important do you think that time was for him to rediscover the fun side of the game? And do you feel like the experience that he had in doing so, just playing for that team, has really helped him develop his skills further to the IGL that you guys have now?
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. I mean, EB has done it all, right? When he was in Liquid, he's achieved so much, and he has so much experience. So for him, he doesn't really need to prove himself. So his motivation and his grind is obviously there, but like, he just wants to have fun, right? And obviously with Nixie, that's one of our strengths in this team in general, right? He's been with Nixie for so long and with Pizzy, and they just synergize so well. And they have, like you said, they're just having fun, and he is having fun. And he's also transitioned into IGL, and his like overall morale, EB just has really good morale for the team, and like, he's a perfect guy to just be like kind of be in the set IGL. Although, you know, the rest of the team do call, like everyone gives their input, and that's what's really good about our team, that our synergy and our calls are always together and in sync, and everyone knows what to do. So it's really beautiful to see EB like
the social medias that you want to get involved and follow, because that's where the information will lie. Well, that's it from me. I've had an outstanding event from the group stages all the way through to the grand finals. There was never a moment that disappointed for Protality EMEA Tour season number 9, option number 2. It was absolutely insane. That's it really from us. Obviously, I'm going to say thank you to everyone again that's been in chat. Thank you for all the fans. Thank you for everyone that has shown your support and all those that have won the G coin. And I'll see everyone, though, either in ranked or, more importantly, in the next stream. See you guys next time. Peace.